Oh, this is good. We're getting the sound down. I'm talking quietly, so we don't talk to each other. You can try to listen, see what I'm saying. Because I'm about to say something.
Well, there's
But
people
more-
having a hard time.
Maybe it-
Oh,
Sometime this year,
they're getting-
I will say something important.
yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Looks like we've got everybody here.
I just want to.
Pretty good. Hey, Dr. Did you sell out? Almost sold out. All right, these are the right people, okay? Face to face to see one another. Thank you all for being here today. And clap for your neighbor. All right. They didn't like their neighbor.
Send it to
Understand.
me.
Well, maybe you don't know. Maybe it's like, I don't know why you should clap for them yet. I don't know. But I'm so glad.
Please check your mute.
A
We
lot
can
of
hear you
people
talking.
that I haven't ever seen before, so I can't wait to meet you. And I encourage everybody else that's been here a lot longer than me, to please meet all these new people. You'll be amazed. There's a lot of wonderful new people who have joined us to be part of our team. So, very exciting to see you all. Today is a really exciting day for me because I have to see people in person, otherwise I just don't get that energy. So this is all about me, so thank you for doing that. But no, really, it's about all of us. We're continuing on our journey. Let me give you a few logistics before we begin today. One is the bathrooms across the hall to the left, my left. And then there's no sign-in sheet, so never mind. Background noise, very important, especially for those that are on the Zoom. If a lot of people are chatting, little mumblings get louder and louder, and the people on Zoom can't hear. Many of you have probably been on these kind of meetings. So, you'll probably just get reminders because you probably won't think about it after a while. And the rumblings will get louder and louder. So hopefully people on the Zoom will make a mention of that. So you guys on the Zoom, when that does happen, put a little note in there or send a text to your friends here in the room or some of your friends here in the room and let them know, so we all know. Because it does sometimes, when you're in the room, you don't like pick up on it that it's happening, so. But if you can, sort of be aware of that. The other is that we are all together and we're not wearing masks. We haven't been wearing our masks for some time now, but if you want to wear your mask, feel comfortable wearing your mask, we really encourage you to do that. So please, if you want to wear your mask, please do wear your mask and don't feel any pressure at all, really, seriously, to not wear it. So I want to be real clear about that. And then we're doing our best to engage people in the room and then on the Zoom. So so everybody on the Zoom, watch out. You might get called on at any moment, especially sometimes Chris might just call you out. He's done it before. So watch out and just be aware if you're on the Zoom. So we want you to be as engaged as if you were here in the room. And then we have put a lot of time and energy into this day. We're very excited, as I had mentioned before, that you have a good day and that you're engaged. We really encourage you to be engaged throughout this day, and again, meeting people that you haven't met before. I think there's one thing I may have missed. Doug, is there something I may have missed? Otherwise, I think we'll just jump right in. Okay, good. So today, on our schedule, I think I have it. There we go. With our easy, quick schedule for the day. Welcome. So welcome. Good. We're our next session right away. We're going to jump right in with our friends from the University of the Pacific. And as you all know, we've been working with them for some time on our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative, our work that we are engaged in. to make sure and to create a place where everyone belongs. And you have taken the courses after we last met together. We had the 1 day, and then we've had the follow-up coursework, and then there was even homework for today. So a lot of effort there. Hopefully, you've also had a lot of conversations maybe with your team as you go on the topic. And we will. It's not a one-off kind of training. I think you're probably picking up. It's a continuous learning process for us. So today's part with the university is sort of the tail end of that first effort together. Now, it doesn't, we won't do more work because they're wonderful, fabulous people. But for the agreement that we made together, that will be ending that agreement. So we're very excited to do that, the closing part of that effort. So and then we are going to have a time with Mark Career. And Mark Career is our new DEI manager, diversity, equity, and inclusion manager. And he's actually a good guy. He's actually a lot of fun too, and very knowledgeable. So we've asked him to come and introduce himself, but also this will be his first agency-wide presentation. And it really is that bridge between those first efforts that we did. We did a lot of smaller things with the group. I don't know if you remember them. We tried to pepper them in a little quick training. They were all online, but we did really quick training. Roxanne was wonderful at putting some of those together for us. They were short and just introducing the concepts. So we did that. Then we did the bigger things with the university. And now we have our next step, and that is to have our own DEI manager and to take our organization to the next step. So we'll do that with Mark. And then the part that you're probably most excited about, other than lunch, is we'll do a state of the state. I'll sort of cover what's going on right now. The governor's budget came out. Of course, the governor's budget, the state budget impacts all of us. That's where we get all of our funding and our direction for any initiatives. So I'll let you know how that's going and what's in there. And then, like we do once a month, we'll do our updates, our VMRC updates. And I know that's probably your favorite thing of all. And so we leave that to the very end. So that's our day. Like I said, there's lunch in there, and there's lots of breaks. And please, on the breaks, get to know one another. I think we'll do a thing at the end of the day where you'll write an essay about the person you met. And no, never mind. I don't exactly like that idea. So we won't do that, but we will please encourage everybody to meet new people. So without any more talking on my part, I'm going to bring up Chris from the University of Pacific, and he's going to bring the whole squad. It's the squad, right? It is a squad. It's a squad. So he's going to bring up the whole squad, introduce himself, and then Chris is going to kick us off with all of our work for this morning. Thank you, sir. And everybody, welcome, Chris.
Hi. Can you hear me? All right, let's take a break between now and 11. And then we'll pass it over to Mark Freer for our minute. Don't listen to me. You know that. How many of you met me here over the summer? You were here live. How many of you were here live last summer? Didn't we have fun? The answer is yes. How many of you were on Zoom last year? Now you're here in person. How many of you wrote those crazy answers on Zoom in the chat? Raise your hand. Okay, good. So I hope you can all hear me. Thank you. EJ and our team, are we good? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, that's good. And Tony, you left me the clicker.
We're working on that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Can we give a hand to EJ for setting up everything? Yeah. Thank you. So that's me. I'm in the middle there. I'm about to bring up Sasha and Dara in a second. But I want to thank you. How many of you were hired after July, the end of July last year? How many of you are relatively new? Good, welcome. Did you get a prize? Shouldn't have brought that up. No, thank you. So we are, believe it or not, we're faculty members at Pacific. We do this. Oh, there it is. Okay, almost. We do this quite often. We're here to help you. And our job is to kind of share what we know so that you take the ideas and use them. Good. There's nothing worse than going to a training program, listening, and then not doing anything with it. Would you agree? Answer is yes. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. So we want to leave you with simple things you can do in order to keep this concept, these tools, a mindset. And if you forget everything, be respectful. Can we all do that? Answer? Yeah. Good. Thank you. Let's see if this works. Yes, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. We're almost done with the first button. Second, you're going to talk to each other. How many of you are sitting with someone you like? You better raise your hand. There you go. There were no hands raised. Of course you like people sitting next to you. You raise your hand. And then last thing we're going to leave you with, again, final suggestions and recommendations. Those of you on Zoom, how about this? No news is good news. So I'm assuming you can hear me. I had to join through, here's where it gets fun again. Here we go. I had to join through the app on my phone and change my, no, okay. I can hear Vivian, Tran, whoever you are, wherever you are, I want to thank you. And advance. And that. Anyone? EJ, it's not working. Okay. Oh. Okay, welcome back. So thank you. How many of you remember? The answer is yes. These are easy questions. How many of you remember Sasha Joseph Matthews? How many of you remember Dara Shilowich? Yes, come on up.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. How we doing? Good to see everyone. I take it after this, we're all not going to be biased, right? We're walking around here, bias free when we walk out of here. Is that right? Like, yeah. Yeah, no, that's not the answer, but it is a what's problem. So we're so excited and everyone, so many more people showed up in person and hopefully we will continue this, lifelong journey of the fight against bias. So thanks everyone for coming and we're so excited to be here. Guys, gonna hear from me again, so I'll keep it short and sweet. There's a reason I was module A. Right? Anyway, we're so happy to be here. It's nice to meet all of you in person since I did do that. So thank you very much.
So thank you. Can we give it up again for our instructor? Thank you. Okay, there we go. So remember those 3 boxes on the agenda? We finished the first. 1 down, 2 more to go. Vivian, Tran. Are you trying to rush us? No, please don't. Okay, so you are about to talk to each other. And you are now going to go back and try to remember everything Dara taught you about how to be an ally. Is that reasonable to have you remember everything? Probably not. So what did you learn from module A? I'll take a couple of volunteers, shout it out, and I'll summarize on the mics. Go. How to be an ally. Give me one technique on how to be an ally. Yes, speak up. No, I mean, speak up. Yes, thank you. To be an ally, speak up. If you see something, say something. Good. Dara, other things you wanted them to learn? Go ahead, what was it? Be supportive. Good, thank you. One more bullet point, Dara. We hate Dan, right? We hate Dan. Dan was one of those in the scenario. Okay. So if you see somebody saying something, doing something that you know is just not right, how do you help them? How do you stop it? So on the count of 3, we're about to start. On Zoom, we're going to put you in breakout rooms here in person for about 7 minutes or so, because we have 3 things to do. So 7 minutes on this one, 7 minutes on my module, 7 minutes on Sasha's. Good? So every 7 minutes, I'll be interrupting you. Good? Everyone got the lesson? We know what to do? Talk. Why are you shaking your head no? It's like, what did I do? No, hi. Okay, we ready? So at your table, talk about how to be an ally. On your mark, then say go. One more minute.
Can't hear you. Hello?
Just somebody please volunteer. What did you talk about at your table? We'll start from the side. You know you want to know. Yeah. Mike? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, so give credit where credit is due. How many of you like that? So in a positive, thank you. In a positive way, give credit. Good. What else? What else did you talk about at your table? Aside from lunch, aside from when the next break is, which will be 10:15. Those of you who'd like to know when the next break is, she's laughing, 10:15. Good. Here, others. How to be an ally. What would you want your friend to do? Yes, go ahead, shout it out.
At our table, we talked about putting ourselves in others' situations.
Okay, good. One of the simplest things to do, put yourself in someone else's shoes. Would you want me to stand up for you if someone outside was bothering you? Just say yes. Thank you. So you want somebody to help you, right? So if you feel and see someone trying to help you, or someone who needs help them. Okay, in the chat. Thank you, Cindy. Be supportive. There was one before that I missed, sorry. But those on Zoom, thank you. How about one more live? What'd you just talk about at your table? This table looks like they want to say something. You're like, please don't. Go ahead. Okay, so I'm going to try to paraphrase for those of you who couldn't hear. It's hard to hear all the way across the room. I get it. So thank you for your patience. What did you just say? I forgot. No. Right. Give someone the benefit of the doubt, try to understand, and then maybe take them aside one-on-one and ask, right? What your intent was. I'm sorry, is that close? Okay. Good. Anyone else on Zoom? How to be an ally? Ask them if they would like to be helped. Yes, there's nothing worse than interfering in someone's business. Can I help you? Is this a situation where you need me to help? No, I got it. Good. Is that good? Anything else about how to be an ally? There's a lot of stuff. Yes. Go ahead, shout. We can hear you. I can't hear you. No. Okay. Okay, So, right, when you hear or see something, speak up. At least ask, is that fair? Ask the person it was directed towards, again, if they want help, or like, just don't let it slide. Is that fair? All of this lives in our day in and day out. I'm gonna talk more about that in a little bit. Because if you go to training and then go back to whatever, it doesn't help. You have to think about how to change one small thing. Good. Anything else about this topic? This was part of your pre-work, your homework for today. Okay, I'm not gonna look, be honest. How many of you did the homework for today? Ready, raise your hand, I'm not gonna look. All right, ready. I hear some laughter. So. How many of you are having flashbacks of high school right now? Listen, Tony's been monitoring, we have cameras set up. Whoever did the homework gets a free lunch. Oh, Tony's like, don't do this. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Next slide was my segment, the module B. We talked about best practices. We watched that ERG video. Do you remember that one from Kellogg's? ERGs, employee resource groups. Best practices, your online reputation. Say yes. Do you remember going through that? Yes. Good. Yes. Now, 7 minutes at your table. DJ, help us out. Breakout room, 7 minutes with a new group. So we're going to shuffle you in the breakout rooms. You're going to meet new people. You at your tables, you're free to stand up, walk, go to another table if you want to talk to different folks. 7 minutes. You got it? What did you learn from best practices? On your mark, get set, go. 7 minutes.
Muted.
Can't hear you.
When we covered best practice, I gave you like a menu of things to do. You can help in the process, right, of recruiting and selecting, advertising, laughing, creating web content. It's everything you can imagine. So marketing to creating a potluck to having some fun, right? ERGs. So anyone want to share? Please share something from your table. I need your help real bad. No, anyone? Not all at once, calm down, please. Anyone?
I'm happy to share.
Yes, go ahead.
I focus so much, currently on the ERGs and stuff like that.
Okay,
But, what I was sharing with the team was that, one of the things that county mental health and County Health does is they have a partnerships meeting, and so all sorts of representatives from different community agencies that serve different cultures.
okay.
And so I was thinking that would be a good thing for a new DEI person to start up for us.
He's over there listening, taking notes. So for those of you who couldn't hear, it's San Joaquin County
Yeah.
has
Meetings,
meetings,
yeah, with their community partners,
community partners.
so they can have, it's for training about different, cultural practices.
Cross-cultural training, training about different cultural practices. How often do they meet?
Once a month.
Once a month. So her, I'm sorry, is it okay? Did I cut you off?
No.
Sorry. So like maybe once a month, having that here internally. Right? Lunar New Year. How many of you celebrated Lunar New Year recently? Right? Happy New Year. Year of the Rabbit. Now, is Year of the Rabbit a universal across all cultures who share lunar? Right? No, it's not. So again, it's differences within areas. We don't know the subtleties. Many of us don't know. We never would apply. What is Cinco de Mayo? Remember I joked about that in my session? Is that Mexico Independence Day? No, what is it? It's not Independence Day. Question? If someone will provide, go ahead. Who is that? Does she have a live mic? Go ahead. Whatever's happening back there is awesome. Oh. Somebody is being voluntold to speak. Okay, here we go. It's gonna tell you what Sherry was gonna say. Okay, here we go. Our table in the center in the back.
The Battle of Puebla. Mexico won. That's what it is.
Listen, I was gonna say, at least, right, you knew it had to be a victory. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. Anything else? Thank you, seriously, okay, yeah, go ahead. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll be there.
They're really trying to take the mic away from me. And I just wanted, Gabby and I started a support group yesterday, so you're all welcome to join, but we're starting a scoliosis support group. So that could include, because Jose wanted to join and he has a sister with scoliosis. So if anybody feels like you just have a crooked personality, you're welcome to join.
That might be the greatest ERG of all time. I feel bad about scoliosis, but the crooked personality, how many of you want to join that one? A lot of people. That's good. Again, live, and then we'll go to Zoom. Any other comments? What can we do? Mark is here. Mark is taking this and running with it. So your ideas, you're able to share with everyone now, and hopefully we can try, right, to incorporate them. Anyone else? I thought I saw a hand. But I see a lot of things. Yes. Menopause ERG, okay. Yeah. So menopause. Free dancing included with the sign. So menopause ERG, parent ERG, parent ERG. Right? Everyone, we need help. We all need help, but we all don't need the same exact help. How's that? That's a good transition to the next and last one. On Zoom, sorry, on Zoom, any chats? Sorry, DJ. We have our chat.
Cross training, succession planning, promote from within.
Cross training, good. Promotion, succession planning, promote from within, good. That's it, you're centered the rest.
I just read on the.
Okay, good. Go ahead, say it again.
You want me to say it again?
You know what? You
Sure.
should say it again.
Okay, I was just reading from the chat. It says cross training, succession planning, promote from within.
Good, and the other good suggestion, we can't hear. Excellent suggestion, thank you on Zoom. No, sorry, I hope you can, I apologize. Okay, thank you, our grand finale, next one, please. Sasha taught us all about unconscious bias, the implicit association test. Sasha, what's one thing you hope everyone got from that session? This is my moment to give her.
That we are all biased, and it's not, it doesn't make you a bad person to be biased.
Thank you. Right? We didn't know, we didn't intend to, we're not bad, it just happened. And remember that test is the speed by which our brains associate them. That's all it is. It goes beyond that, but that's really the measurement of that test. Good. So at your tables, here you go, another 7 minutes. Please begin. How do we reduce our bias? Now that we know that it's happening, how do we try to reduce it? 7 minutes. Say no. And those of you on Zoom, thank you, welcome back. Those of you live here in person. Thank you. So some of the things we know about human behavior. Education. Does education help change our behavior? Raise your hand if you think learning about something can help us change our behavior. Good. In reality, how effective is that? 10%, 20%, let's go 50% or higher. Raise your hand. Learning about it changes behavior, 50% or higher. How about 50% or less? Yeah. So for those of you who raised your hand for 50% or less, you are correct. Telling someone to slow down on the freeway. Those are nudges, right? Buckle up, right? Like driving high is like a DUI. Isn't that one? Not that I know about any of that, but I've seen the sun. So when we talk about the fact that we are all biased, and Sasha, right, and Dara being an ally, did a great job in helping us, telling us there's options. What do you think works better? And that is practice works better. Understanding that I might be biased and saying to myself, am I accurate here? Am I seeing this correctly before saying something or doing something? Good. So what did you talk about at your tables? We'll go live first. How do we overcome it? I just gave you one. You're welcome. No. Others. Action. Good. You're right. Like what? What do I do?
So in particular, in a situation that I recognize.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you the mic. Okay. I will not give you the mic. No, I'm teasing. I'll try to paraphrase. Go ahead. Chris is the best. Go ahead.
Like parental values that were still kind of instilled in me.
Parental values instilled in her. Go ahead.
Make myself consciously aware that my values do not align with what I was raised with. And so I have to approach people in a different way that do align with my values. And it's a practice that and I wasn't actually aware of it until I did.
Wow. Where's Sasha? You changed her life. Thank you, seriously. No, that's so. But if you didn't hear it, basically, we made, I'm trying to paraphrase and generalize, sorry. Right? What if we're raised in a certain way and at some point we realize that's not who I am? Just because my parents raised me that way, I don't think that my parents, they have loved me immensely, but I don't agree with that. And taking that moment to say maybe other people's values are different than mine. Is that a fair? Okay, good, thank you. Do I get an A, B, or C on mine? Thank you. Sometimes we have to undo. Whoa. I'm in the vortex, the upside down. Sometimes we have to undo what we were learning as children. Good, others, couple more. And by the way, because I like you, we're going to take a break after you give me 2 more examples. Then we're taking a break. Go. Everyone's like, I'm not talking. Please help us. What can you do if you're aware of bias? Go ahead. That's half of a hand. That's half a hand. Yeah, I mean, what did you talk about her?
About quite a few things that you may not know that your unconscious bias is projecting on someone else. And then if you tell that to someone who doesn't understand your bias, it may be offensive to them. So trying to figure out how to address that person about the bias you may have, and then being receptive enough to educate you about the bias, you being receptive enough to receive that information.
Yeah, seriously, thank you, right? We can't be defensive. If someone's trying to educate us, listen.
I was just gonna say it's also about self-awareness and we kind of talked about how like society, allows these biases, but the self-awareness, we have to understand that, yes, we may have these biases, but they come from society, the things we watch, the things we read, and how we grew up. So it starts with self-awareness.
Yeah, thank you. Self-awareness. So maybe one on chat. On Zoom. It can affect how we interview and interact with people in the workplace. You can seep out fear via microaggressions. Yeah. Right. So thank you. I mean, I'm sorry that that happens, but thank you for sharing that example. Good. Sasha and I talk about DEI a lot. Dara and I talk a lot about DEI. This is the last thing I'll say, and then we're taking a break. Probably without really explicitly saying it. And I apologize, Sasha and Dara, if I get it wrong. I think my approach is that we're human and we're flawed. I'm a simple person. I do my best every day to be a good person. Do I mess up and say something? Yeah. Should I just stop showing up to work? That's not. Okay, that's time for a break. Okay. Yes, the answer is yes, stay home, Chris. Okay. So my approach is be kind to yourself. We're gonna mess up. Be kind to yourself. How's that? I'm not taking any more comments from that side of the room. Let's take a break. How about we be back by 10:17? 10:17 on that clock. Thank you. Wait, 10, yeah, 10:17. Thank you.
Looks like we're on a break, I guess.
Yes, till 10:17.
Ah, perfect. Thanks so much.
No problem.
It's not on mute.
To make it receiving. And showing Chris Goldsberry on the video. Oh, good, awesome. Just want to say hi, how you doing? Just give me a thumbs up that everything's good.
Hey, everything's great, man. Great to see you again.
Okay, we couldn't hear you, probably by design, but thank you. Everything double thumbs up. Right? Good, okay, great. All right, thank you. So everyone on Zoom, thank you. I know it's hard. You can't hear all the comments. I'm trying my best to summarize. Everyone in person, how are we doing? Round of applause if we're doing it right. Thank you. Great. Just make it to your Vegas. Just keep applauding. A round of applause for yourselves. Okay. So last two things, EJ, if you don't mind, we're going to the next slide. You also got two videos to watch. Yeah, you can click through all of the text. EJ, thank you. There you go. So in your homework, which I know you did, you watched a video about employee engagement. And to help you, I summarized, you're welcome, I summarized on the slide that a couple of key points. Generally, yes, we can hear. The audio goes in and out on my end. I'm not going to touch that comment, but okay. No. The video about engagement. The idea of engagement is feeling good about coming to work. The E of engagement is the energy. The E for engagement is enthusiasm. Now, are we all super energetic every single day? Whatever you're taking, I'd love to join them. Right? Sometimes we're not, sometimes we are. For those of you who are, it's awesome. Look at what I highlighted on the screen, if you don't mind. When the organization has your back, when you feel supported, and the word is a T word, trust. Can we take the answer is yes, and I want you to applaud. How many of you, isn't Tony doing a good job? Can I give it up for Tony? Thank you. You do need to understand, right? By doing all of this, by having all of you here, time, money, resources, your time, your energy, it matters. So thank you for being here. Next slide, please, EJ. So in the video, yeah, you can click through, there's more text. Thank you. Yeah, all the way through. Thank you. So about 35%, and anyone up early watching the news, I watched cable traditional news. It was on again this morning. That number's dropped. Now it's about 32%. Gallup is the company that collects the data. I just saw it this morning. It's down to about 32% are engaged. So that's like agree and strongly agree. And then the second point is the one that I want to stress. Most people, about half of us in this room, about half of workers in the US are looking around, and what are they doing? They're waiting to see if anybody else is thinking this is a good idea. So we come to work and we look at our friends and our colleagues, coworkers. Should I buy into this? Should I do this? It's about half. So look to your left. Please just join me. It's fun here in a group. Look to your left. This left, your other left. Look to your left. Now look to your right. I can repeat the instructions. Look left and right. It's for a cheesy reason. You're gonna love it. Who's responsible for DEI? You know, say it proud. All of us. So every one of us, instead of looking around to see, should we do anything about that? The answer is yes, and if you do something about it, you're likely to have someone follow you. So that's why I showed you that video. Any questions about the video? Next one, please. EJ, thank you. How many of you watched the green zone and red zone chickens? I apologize, that front end was pretty bad, right? Talking about pulling the beaks off of chickens, I should have warned you. Sorry. How many of you ate chicken after watching that video? So in the video, again, I know you saw it, I'll help you. They did a test at Purdue University. So we as academics, we think we know something, we hypothesize it, then we test it. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. At Purdue, they said, how many chickens lay eggs, like every day, or however they lay eggs, right? How often? What's the quality, the size, how frequently are they good eggs, etc. And there's always a superstar chicken that produces the most eggs. Would you rather? The answer is no. For the first time all morning, the answer is no. Would you rather have superstar chickens laying eggs or good, nice, friendly chickens laying eggs? The answer is, right, I don't even know how I set that up. Good, okay, no, just say no. Do you want superstars or friendly? Friendly. So you don't, right? Do we want superstars? No. They peck at each other. They're aggressive. They're mean. And if you saw that picture in the video, they don't look healthy at all. No offense, I don't want those eggs. So he starts with that and he basically says, if you're respectful to one another, everybody is more productive. Good for Tony, good for the center, right? So if we're friendly and have an environment. Second part is, how do we resolve our differences? If I do say to you, you hurt my feelings when you said that, right, about Canadian people, I got offended, right? So if you can go to the next slide, please. Go ahead, keep going, there's a whole bunch. When you feel defensive, so the last part of the video, acknowledge it. I think my feelings are being hurt. Okay, acknowledge it, right? Slow down, take a breath. Go outside, take a walk. In the moment, right? Maybe count to 3. Those of you who work directly with children with special needs, depending on the folks that are, right, what you do in person, right? A lot of times people need specific instructions. Frustrated? Count to 3. Sound familiar? Yes? Anyone? Count to 3. So create your own action plan. Tell yourself, they didn't mean it. I'm going to be okay. Check your negative self-talk, right? Early warning system. When people start talking about race, I can feel my neck and shoulders getting tense. When people talk about age, gender, sexual orientation, oh, scary, scary, I'm scared, I'm already worried I'm going to do something wrong, right? Practice. So almost like a script. One of the best things, shopping is. Hi. It's a good time for me to wrap up and give it to Dare. That's interesting. Tell me more. If someone says something that may offend you, that's one of my favorite lines. That's interesting. Why would you say that? That's interesting. Why would you ask me that? That's interesting. Tell me more. Allows them to say more and gives you a chance to think what you want to do here. Good. So those are the videos. I hope you learned something. Any questions about the videos? I'm done with my part. I'm going to pass to Dara. Thank you all. At the end, we're going to applaud, but thank you. I really enjoyed meeting all of you. I see all of you as friends that I can work with. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Good, thank you. Here's Karen. How many professors does it take to put on a lavalier mic? Answer is 2.
All right. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all again, or at least some of you. EJ? So why do we spend I want to sort of wrap up and just say, why is it that we spend so much time talking about DEI? So where do toxic work cultures come from? I had a job once where we parked in a parking lot. It was sort of with one of those big buildings, and you park, far away, right? And I had to walk across the parking lot. And I remember thinking with every step, oh God, right? And naturally, I left that job, right? And why? Were the people bad? Were people mean to me? No. But it was a culture that nobody wanted to be in. So there's a lot of research that has been done. And the reason why we talk about work culture is not just because it affects how we feel about ourselves and the organization, but it actually has strong evidence that it affects the outcomes for the organization. So studies have been done. They looked at both chief financial officers and CEOs. 90% say if we have a better culture, we're going to have a better financially viable organization, that we're going to do better. And when they were asked, what are the top things that we care about, right? Is it organizational strategy? Is it the resources we have access to? Is it our intellectual property? Consistently, they rank culture in their top 3. And I don't think we would think about that when we think about what's important in running organizations. And similarly, 80% of the CFOs and CEOs say our culture isn't where we want it to be. Think about that. That means only 20% of companies throughout the world, this is global CEOs, not just US CEOs, right, are saying our companies aren't where we want it to be, are where we want it to be. Only 20% say that. And even in companies, when you have great culture, when they're working really hard, it doesn't mean things are perfect. And in fact, companies often talk about what they call pockets of toxicity. So, the people in Stockton are great, but that Modesto office, right? So it doesn't, even when the company's working really hard, it may not be. And so when you ask workers, 1 in 10 think that they're in a toxic culture. And those are the ones that are willing to speak up. So it might even be higher. Okay, thanks. So what do we know? What is like the personal impact of all of this toxicity? Well, it's not surprising, right? These are all the negative impacts that we talk about: anxiety, stress, burnout, all the things Chris was talking about, our engagement. This is the opposite of that, right? People are disengaged from the organization. There are 35 to 50% more likely to be diagnosed with a serious disease. That's pretty scary, and they obviously are going to be searching for another job. But in today's day and age, when we're recruiting for employees, people are going online, they're looking at Glassdoor, they want to know about companies. What do people do? They badmouth their employers, both in person and then on all the social media platforms. So obviously, it doesn't affect everybody in the organization the same. So it has real uneven effect, right? Women, racial minorities, underrepresented minorities, right, are likely to be more affected by it. I know you guys are not at all surprised by that. Why, right? Discrimination and harassment, all the stuff we've talked about. People are biased. Sometimes we say things that we don't mean. Right? A lot of times we put our foot in it, like, sorry, didn't mean it. But these are all the groups that are more likely to experience bullying or disrespectful behavior. So, what is the largest predictor of turnover, right? It is a toxic work culture, right? Why would anybody stay in a place where every day, like me, they're walking across the parking lot thinking, I really don't want to go there. I'm forcing myself to put one foot in front of the other. So it's 10 times more powerful than compensation, right? I can say, I will pay you double your salary, and people, it's not worth it to them. They won't do it. Just last year, turnover triggered by a toxic work culture, just in the US, the employers said $50 billion were their costs, right? Additionally, companies that have a toxic work culture are more likely to have unethical and illegal behavior. They did studies at banks, and what they found was when there was a toxic work culture, the employees were more likely to do things that got them thrown in jail, right? Or just were unethical. And so what makes a toxic work culture? I know you guys are not, oops, go back, sorry. Right? The number one item is being disrespectful or being disrespected. I know you guys aren't surprised by that. And then the second series is being non-inclusive. So when we talk about DEI, and why it's important, it's because when we have inclusive workplaces and we have respectful workplaces, then people actually want to come to work, not surprisingly. All right, EJ. So how do we do it? Right, I want to leave you like on a positive note. I don't want to be, Chris is all fun and good, and then they're like, oh, the depressing one, right? Model the behavior you want, right? The way we get it. As Chris said, everybody's looking to the left, everybody's looking to the right. So they're going to be looking at you to know what to do. Right? Think about the norms you want to have in the office. And that can be hard, right? We may all, that takes some intentionality. A lot of it has to do with leadership, Tony. So guess what? You're in the hot seat, right? And when you have people, right, you have to deal with the lower level leaders that maybe are in their pockets. You actually have to deal with it. I think in a lot of organizations, people look the other way, right? Everything's going fine. Yeah, that office over there, people are complaining, but we're not going to do anything about it. It's a continual process. So we're always checking in. How are you doing? What are you doing? Is everything okay? And then this sort of goes to you, right? You get the unenviable task of tracking progress, right? Right? You're the one checking in, making sure everything's going on. And then if there are issues or if everybody's doing great, you get to tell the organization, we're fantastic, right? This is awesome. All right. Next slide. I think that's it for me, isn't it? BJ, do I have another one? No, glasses. What do the glasses mean? You put those in. Oh. That's what that means. Just so you know, I knew that. That's what glasses mean. Are we doing questions? Yeah. Q&A. Anybody have any questions, not just about my portion, but about anything? Anything you're still confused about? No? How'd you do it, Chris? Everybody wanted to talk for you. All right, Peter.
Thank you again, Dara and Chris and Sasha. When I was here in July, we had a conversation and I mentioned the fact that DEI gets a bad rap. I don't know about, I know many of you back in July, when we talked about DEI, some of you told me during the break, kind of the hairs on the back of your neck go up because the perception has been, and I went through a training 15 years ago on something like DEI. And I remember it was kind of like Oprah giving out cars. It was kind of like, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist. And guess what happens when people start attacking you? We don't make progress. We don't have open communication. We have all kinds of issues that come up. And so when we put this program together for VMRC and the other trainings we're doing in this area, we wanted to make sure, and we brought in 3 great instructors to make sure this wasn't about calling people out for traits or things or this or that, but really more focused on the positive side. We have all these wonderful skill sets, traits, experiences, perspectives that every one of you brings to the table. And oftentimes it's really easy to look over and say, you're too young, you're too old, you're too tall, you're too short. Maybe you're this, maybe you're that. You came from this industry, you're brand new out of college. All the racial issues, all the social economic issues. There are lots of ways that we start to stereotype people, and we don't give people credit or the opportunity to show what they really can do. So I'm hoping, and so far all the information I've seen on the 178 of you that completed the post survey, far short of the 450 plus that did the pre-survey. So here's my little plug that please complete that survey. Because we're looking, EJ compiled some numbers, and I can see where you've gone from 30% to 70% in some areas, where people really feel like this training has made a difference. And I think it's really important, both from our standpoint, from the Westgate Center folks, to understand where we're having impact, because none of us want to come up here and do this training and have you all, as Chris said, you learn information, but you walk away and nobody changes their behavior. Because that's not going to change the culture. As Dara said, that's not going to help us be a better organization. So please, 3 minutes or less to complete that survey, 3 minutes or less. Please do that. So we have a good representation of where did we start, point A, and where did we end. And it'll also be valuable to your new DEI manager, because we're going to share all that with Tony and him and Doug, so that they know here's where we pick up. And I think Mark's going to talk to you in just a couple of minutes. As soon as I'm done, Mark's going to talk to you about where you're going from here. I do want to mention that we do have your top leadership. This started because 5 members of your top leadership came to our 2-day intensive all-day in-person program. And I remember talking to EJ going, wow, this one organization is sending 5 people. They must really be taking this seriously. And then I got the call from Tony afterwards, hey, we'd like you to do this for our whole organization. And I know that the program that's coming up next month, we have at least 3 to 5 more senior level people that are going through it. Even people who have done it online. And I don't know, Doug, if you couldn't get enough of this stuff, or if you just wanted to see what it's like to go to the in-person one. But your leadership is putting, they're walking the talk, right? There's a lot of organizations we work with sometimes where leadership says, yeah, we should do that. We should do that. Great. When are you going to take the class? Well, not me. I know all this stuff, but all my people need to go. This is starting top down. Leadership went through it first. So again, thank you very much. I want to mention one more thing. You are all getting, those who completed the series are getting a certificate, and we're going to distribute those. We're going to give those to your management team. And they're going to verify that you've done all your hours and stuff, and then they're going to distribute it. But I do want to show you one of the certificates. And I'm going to ask one gentleman, Mr. Bonet, to come up. This is the certificate that says you completed the 16 hours of the certificate program from the University of Pacific, Eagle Hart School of Business, Westgate Center for Leadership. So with that, congratulations. And all of you that completed it will also be getting one as well. Thank you. Oh, the clap sign. I need you to go everywhere I go. Just hold that up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mark. Thank you again very much. Thank you to our 3 wonderful instructors. And we look forward to working with some of you more in the future.
We'll do a 15-minute break, so come back at 11 and then we'll carry on with the second part of the morning and then we'll have lunch by 12:30. So 15-minute break, we'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Angie? These are human beings, face to face, the other these are actually people in the buckets. Watch out, we got a lot of moving to catch up on. All right, everybody, hold on. All right, everybody, as soon as Tony Chavez comes back, is he back? Is Christine here yet? I'll see her. All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. Going pretty good? More questions? All right. We're in the home stretch of the morning, and then the food comes at, we call that lunch. At Valley Mountain Regional Center, for those of you who are new. We haven't maybe. I'm scared. You don't want Christina behind. We know what's gonna happen. So, that was a really nice morning for me. I hope, hopefully you listened and watched those videos. They're actually very, very interesting. I did my homework. I was a very good student, just like when I was in college. I did it last night. Sorry, Doug. But I did it, right? I did my homework, so please fill out those surveys that we have. It actually is fast. I know, I took it. And so please do that, because we need to know if we're having any impact in the areas that we're not. I mean, we can't have an impact on all the areas where there is questions, but again, it's a short quiz. I don't think your name's even associated with it, so you don't get a grade, so no pressure on that. We're actually getting the grade, so it's like when you took those tests, those aptitude tests when you're in grammar school, and the teacher would tell you that they're the ones getting the grade, not you. We're stressed, so no stress, but please do it, because we really need your feedback. Next, we've got Mark Career, and I'm gonna always say his name right now. I said his name wrong a few times, as you all know, I'm very famous for butchering your names. And I think Aaron, I'm doing your name right now these days. I called him AA Ron. So fix that. Good, see, I'm getting better. But today we've got Mark Career, and he is that moment for us where we're taking that next big serious step as an organization. So, a lot of the work we've been doing has been with our Cultural and Linguistic Competence Committee. And can our committee members stand up? Come on, Jacinta, where's our committee members? Brian was on there for a while too. Christine, who else? We've got a lot more. There we go, Gabby, there's Sherry. There's Claire, where else? Is that the whole committee? It seemed like a lot of them. There were a lot, but they were great. That was the beginning of our study for ourselves. So how do we make sure that we build that organization that is the place where everybody belongs, right? And that's what we keep harping on that, because we really want it to be that way. And so we spent a lot of time as a committee working through and understanding a lot of the different issues and what could we do to help our organization. So that was our very first step, and thank you all for doing that, because we did that for almost 2 years. Seemed like it was a long time. And then we went through, met the people over at the University of Pacific in our work. We worked with the Georgetown University, and then we got the University of Pacific. So we're super smart now, right? We learned a lot from some very smart folks who work in this space all the time. So got there, we got that grant going with the language access and cultural competence. That is a group of 4 of us, Doug and I, Gabby and Christine. We put that grant together. And in there, we said, we're gonna take our next big serious step in DEI, and we're gonna hire our first DEI manager. Very few regional centers have, but there are some that who do have it. So that's a very good step for us. So it's a very big, important step for us to hire Mark Career. And if you haven't had a chance to meet him, I encourage you to meet him. He is a lot of fun. He's very knowledgeable in the space. He's actually not threatening. I thought he was gonna be threatening, like he was gonna come at us with all kinds of stuff, but he's actually open and wanna hear where we are and sort of what they're thinking, what do we need? And when we say everybody belongs, everybody, every single person needs to find a place here where they feel a connection and they belong and they can thrive. And that is what Mark is going to help us do. And we'll find all kinds of ways to try to achieve that. And Mark, it will be singularly focused on that. They'll also be working with our community and our board as well. So we'll get us all together at the same time. So Mark, you have a lot of work to do, but everybody join me in welcoming Mark Career. Mark.
No, thank you, Tony. It's dangerous to give a black man a microphone there, Dave. You know, got that preacher background too. We're gonna be here all day, right? Who wants this mic right here? They say I have to stay in between the goal lines, so. You know, my ADD gonna kick in, guys, so I might be moving back around, but I'm happy to be here. Are you guys having a good time so far? Really? Me too. I mean, I'm kind of happy because University of Pacific said all what I was gonna say, so I could just make it like 2 minutes, right? But I'm really happy to be the DEI manager for Valley Mountain Regional Center. We're gonna have a lot of fun. I'm trying to bring the culture in. When I'm in the office and you see in the videos, 99% of the time, everything I do is intentional. And the theme for this year moving forward is intentional momentum. Whatever we do has to be intentional. So the joy that I'm bringing, the humor, the serious is intentional. Because we're living in a society, just recent careless acts of violence, racism, discrimination, there's trauma, complex trauma, racial trauma, all types of trauma that we're going through every day. And you want a safe place where you guys can come and feel comfortable. My job is to make that workplace somewhere you guys can come and feel comfortable. You guys can, my door is always open unless it's closed. But I have already received emails, so please keep them coming. You know, don't think that any question is the wrong question or any question is stupid, you know. And so we're gonna have fun and we're just gonna go through this presentation. I'm not gonna belabor you or, you know, hinder you with a lot of DEI training or things like that. Now, I'm in a blue line. You know, hey, Zoom should have been here, you know. Sitting up there with your house shoes on, come on now. You don't know what I'll be wearing anyway. Yeah. Telling to make it mandatory for everybody. I gotta wake up, they gotta wake up. You know, before I get started, I currently live in Los Angeles. I'm still, anyway, I'm still in Southern California, but I'm relocating out here. And the funny thing about it is I grew up in LA and I was telling people this and, you know, it was a pretty rough area. And when I said, you moved to Stockton, they said, don't move to Stockton. Dude, saw this dog running down the street and somebody chasing him with a knife. I'm like, oh hell. That's dinner. Anyway, so. But we found a pretty good place, though. We're gonna come here because I wanted to be part of this community. And you know, because you gotta just not just talk the talk, but you gotta walk the walk. So, but before I do that, I'm gonna show everybody a little bit about me and this is my clan right there. That's my queen.
Look, but don't touch, I will shoot, anyway. And that's my daughter, her name is Tamia, my wife is Tanya, and she's gonna be coming out here, and she's gonna be going to St. Mary's and running track, and the dog name is Truth. And that's my heart right there, so that's a little bit about me, my education. I went to the University of Southern California out there in Los Angeles. I'm a Trojan. We talked about unconscious bias, and we're gonna have workshops on prejudice and discrimination. And I am all the above. I do not like Bruins. Get rid of it, I'm sorry. Ain't worked, you know, die hard Trojan. But anyway, and my education comes from there. Undergrad was sociology and counseling and psychology, and I got my doctorate in clinical psychology. And I first started out doing motivational speaking, counseling. The counseling led to multicultural counseling, and the multicultural counseling led to diversity, equity, inclusion, because I'm passionate about being a voice for the voiceless. I'm passionate about those that are not able to speak, have some representation. All right, so let me get on with this. And what are the challenges? And the Pacific already spoke of this, but this is the challenges of organizations and what VMRC is going through as well. Team cohesion, we all know about that. I'm walking through the office, and now it's kind of vacant. It's like a ghost town, Tony. You know, I thought it would be all loud and whatnot, but I guess it's getting back there. But even though, you know, people are new and we don't even know them. I was walking in here, somebody said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm Mark." "Oh, okay, you're that DEI guy?" Who said that? We're gonna talk about that in a minute. So the challenges. Then we have the communication and our overall morale. The feelings that you guys have tucked down and deep inside. The feelings of DEI, the feelings of management, the feeling of overworked. You know, you guys cannot hide these emotions and feelings and be productive out there with your consumers. Lack of unity and inclusivity. A lot of us feel we're not important. There's a disconnect between the leadership and people that come on ground zero in any organization. So these are some of the challenges that, you know, we're gonna face. Now, click it working. Resulting in, and none of this applies to you, okay? None of this applies to you. I'm just saying, that's my ex, anyway. Yeah, I said it, ex, okay. I felt good, I'm sorry. So resulting in what? A dysfunctional toxic work environment. And you might not know, but you guys take that out into the field. You take that out with your service providers, or they take that out to the consumers. You're a little bit edgy, irritated. I did a workshop, and we're gonna talk about this on compassion fatigue. Did you guys see it or whatnot? Thanks, Aaron, I appreciate that. Tony, I ain't doing it no more, I'll tell you that. So it talked about how subconsciously, you don't realize when you're carrying all these emotional baggage, you will transfer that. It's like going in a room and they're smoking. You don't have to smoke, but you'll come out smelling like it. And the people around you. So we want to be aware of, you're not really hiding anything. You're not really keeping anything in. You're not really being, that they call it passive aggressive. You're being dysfunctional because you're polluting your mind, and then you will have that with your consumers. So our goal is to minimize that. All right, we're gonna have some fun now. So solution is what? We're gonna increase diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. You guys saw the holiday survey that we did. We're gonna do a lot more, and I'm gonna talk about that later. And please participate in these surveys, because that's the way I understand you, understand what you want. If you want anything, if you suggest anything, please send it to me. Because there's a reputation that it doesn't make sense to do a million-man march, but nobody votes. You know, certain cultures, we protest and we march, but we don't vote. So you guys have an opportunity to vote
by sitting in your suggestions, filling out those surveys. And let me speak briefly on this confidentiality, because I was sitting in a chair too. And what is confidentiality? Don't be afraid. I get those results. And I can show you them. They don't show who it breaks it down by gender, ethnicity, not by name. Because we specifically believe in your privacy. So please don't feel like there's gonna be any retaliation, not from my office. And so please fill out those surveys because it's very important. All right, so what comes to mind when we say the word diversity? We're gonna do a couple of breakout sessions and because I'm not gonna stand here and talk for an hour while you guys be on your phone. I mean, Tony, the big man, the head man, the chief is up here talking, and people over there on their phone. Lord knows y'all don't do with me, take pictures. Well, I've been calling everything, but I know DEI guy. So the first thing I want to ask you guys is what comes to mind when you say the word and hear the word diversity? Okay? And then what comes to mind when you hear and say the word inclusive? So what we're gonna do for 5 or 7 minutes is each table is a group. And if you're watching online, we're gonna be broken up into groups. I just ask those that are in the chat and online, please keep your chat comments to content relevant. I don't want to know that your shoes are too tight or anything like that in the chat group because everybody sees it. So make sure you're specific answering these questions. So they're going to break in groups and then we're going to come back and I'm going to pick 3 representatives. I'm going to go around and pick one table, you know, so it's going to be 3 tables. So if you're not looking at me 9 times out of 10, I'm going to pick you. So we're going to break up, ask your neighbors, break into groups, what comes to your mind when it comes to diversity and inclusion? got a little material. So we got Christine and is it Christina or Christine? Christina? Christine. And we got is Tony, are you walking around with the mic or? All right, so I'm gonna call on a couple of tables. And then we're gonna call on one on Zoom as well. Let me see who is doing the most non-talking. Unless you want to speak, we just want one representative to answer those two questions when you guys collectively agreed upon. What table? Anybody want to be brave to raise their hand? Oh, we got, yeah, the one told you do the bonus. I think that, yeah, day off.
So I
Guys,
think,
stand up, it's church.
check, okay, I think that's tough. Because I think there's a lot of really great things about it. But I automatically heard, and that doesn't include me. So like when we talk about diversity, we mean, oh, everybody of all these amazing cultures, but not him. So, oh, we want more women in the workplace. Oh, you know, and during the training, like mansplaination, bro appropriation, it's all these words that are very targeted. So it can be kind of tough because I'm like, I feel kind of like I explained it like everybody is all these amazing flavors, but I'm just like the plain bagel.
Vanilla.
But yeah, so it's something I want to talk about, but in every college class that I ever went, it's like he's the barrier to diversity. So
Oh, good.
I won't have that conversation, but I just want to be part of it.
Man, good stuff. Give them a hand, you're up against their ankle. You mean that in a whole table with all that diversity, the vanilla one stands up and all you have done is don't give a definition. He just took it, huh? That's good. Thank you for sharing and being vulnerable, because that's a part of it. That was a great answer. This side, let's find somebody. Anybody want to go? What needs your help? Okay, that table.
Where's my intro music? So we discussed diversity, and it's a hard thing to put into one sentence, but if I could, I would say it is a group of different people from different cultural backgrounds, different age groups, different lifestyles, coming together to create a common goal. But the other thing that we discussed about diversity is it's not always something that we see. It's something that someone can experience at home. Different ways of thinking of things, what's going in their mind. I feel like that's included in diversity as well. And inclusion, we all agreed that is something that is desired, that is something that we want within a company, which could just be, inclusion, including yourselves, inviting someone, having a friendly and welcoming presence. Yeah.
Good job. Give her a hand, y'all. I promise this figure right here. One more. I'm the DEI guy. I told you I was gonna get you. I'm at 2%. Oh, I gotta get another table too.
No. Okay. We just really like for diversity, we just basically touched on culture, differences. People of different races, things like that. That's the diversity that we kind of associate with that word. Inclusion, we used ourselves as an example of the accounting department, like we're all different, we do different jobs, but in the end, we all came to one common ground and we all are included in that final purpose. So basically that's what we talked about.
That's awesome. You got one more hand back there, like it's the price was right. Go ahead.
Hello.
Got to stand up. There you go.
Yeah.
Girl. Right here. Go ahead.
I really wanted to kind of give this presentation. Why did you Well, anyway, because we kind of talk on diversity as different personalities, you know? We all have different personalities, we all have something to bring to the table, and me personally. Working out, but it's hard. We're gonna get there day by day. Only had a piece of that bread thing for breakfast, but anyway. I want to be included, but I want to be included with the ability to be myself. Have my own personality, bring something to the table. I feel like the community that we serve is very important that we have. You're not a plain bagel. Okay. You matter and we're happy that you're here.
Exactly.
Okay. But as you know, we serve many different families. So there may be a family that really connects with me and my personality. However, I may have a family that connects with Joel more.
But you're not giving it the definition. You gotta give the definition. You give my slides. The definition of diversity is actually.
Diversity is having people with different mindsets, different personalities, and that we all can be included and not feel like we're less than because of those.
We got put her on the board. Can't walk back, girl. Doug, do we got anybody on Zoom? No? Okay. Does anybody else want to share? Well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get one more because we're gonna go through this real quick. I got a lot to unpack. But does anybody else want to share? All right, Doug, click it over there. Pick them over. So these are some general terms, but I want to start off before I read these. All of your answers were right. And if one person can stand up here and give a definition, then that's not diversity. That's not diverse. So don't go in any textbook and read one and think that's what diversity, no. We need a diverse opinion, a diverse perspective. And so each and every one of you were right. So give yourselves a thumb up for that. These are some generalized. Can we say generalized? Generalized DEI meanings and definition. I'm not going to spend too much because you guys seen this before. We're going to show what DEI means with VMRC and what it is and what it is not. And I'm gonna pause real quick and go off script. Many of you kind of were afraid and intimidated. DEI is about representation of all people. Someone came up to me and they say, well, I'm white, where do I fit in there? We have Black History Month coming up. Well, I'm white, what do I do for 28 days? I said, well, I did for 330 anyway. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, or brown. This is not an anti-white movement. And I want to be crystal clear on that. Some of you may think, well, you know, I'm prejudiced or I'm not prejudiced. I got black friends. We always heard that before. You know, I know black people that are prejudiced against blacks. So it's not about the color of your skin. It's about the contents of your heart. It's not a black versus white. And it's about equality. And especially in the fields that we are serving those with disabilities and intellectual disabilities, it's about representing that voice. So don't feel like if you're not of a minority ethnicity that this does not include you. It includes the Caucasians, the vanillas, the chocolates, if you will, it does. And I hope you're able to laugh and not get so sensitive when we make a mistake. We're going to talk about that. Next slide. So right here is, since we're dealing with intellectual and developmental disabilities, I want to show a video on what DEI is in the community. Go ahead, Doug. Just press space, I think.
People with disabilities.
I turn the volume up, I think. If you can't hear it, I'll put the mic by.
People to be fully included.
Here for Donna? Hey, Donna.
Yeah.
Man, this is something that I'm gonna say. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. Hey, I bet me I can talk.
People with disabilities.
Well, we missed out on some good videos. Hold on. Keep trying to get that.
Have the right to be fully included in every aspect of society. People with disabilities are fully included. Their self-esteem
Okay, while they're doing that.
builds. They start believing
You
in
hear a lot
themselves.
about
People
So actually, I did want to share something with you all. I heard this on a podcast.
we want to have
Adam Grant,
relationships, friendships, and beyond. Inclusion is a 100% a birthright.
Well, check it out.
You are
Check it out.
included
It's very
the
good.
second you're
This
born
guy,
into this world.
He's a researcher. And maybe he was from Stanford. And the research that he did was around stereotypes, and it was fascinating. I couldn't believe it. And I actually listened on my whole way home, paid attention, and then told the kids and the wife all about what I learned. I actually learned the whole thing. But check this out. Do you have something to do? Adam Grant, and I'll send it out. Organizational psychologist. And he was interviewing this guy, and this guy about stereotypes. The research that he did was they had these women. They also did it with let's see, they also did it with African Americans as well. Another research that they did. But the one with women, they did they got this control group. They were all very capable with math, right? And they were taking this test in one group, women and men together. And the only instruction was for the one group, the study group, was I know women think that they don't do good on these types of tests. It's the math, it's the STEM tests. Women don't do as well as men. normally, and probably everybody understands that. But this one has been designed in a way that it doesn't matter. So that we've taken all that out, and so it is it works. And then the other group, they didn't tell them anything. And they did it over and over, and what they found was the women in that group that was told that this test has been corrected, they did just as well as the men. But the women in the other group didn't. They actually got lower scores than they were capable of. And the thing that they were talking about was this thing called churn. And I'd never heard this before, but what they did was they studied what they were going through when they were taking the test. And anytime the test got difficult, person starts to listen to stereotypes that came into their head, right? It was that, oh yeah, women don't do well on these. And just that moment where you take that in, you're processing it, you're getting distracted, and your abilities now start to get lower. Because what you're doing is you're churning on this stereotype, this old stuff that you've heard of and learned. And now you're not able to concentrate. And the other group just really bought into it right away. Well, but that one that were told it was fixed, they didn't waste their time churning on that. They knew it was already fixed. So anyway, are you almost ready? Okay, so I wanted to share that with you, because that one just really stuck with me, that is, that it impacts people, right? Like that. And nobody did that, but that's one way that stereotypes hurt us all. Nobody even did anything to make it that way, but it was there because of culture. Anyway, did I tell you about Mark Greer? Mark Greer is our DEA manager. Let's welcome Mark Greer.
Yeah, we were rolling too. There's some good videos that I wanted to share with you, but obviously it's not connecting, so I'll send it to you. And we'll post it on the social media so you guys can look at it. But basically, it's gonna summarize the whole DEI summary. And, we got the diversity, we got the equity, we got the inclusion, we have the belonging, and I'm gonna share with you these acronyms. When we say DEI or DI, we're speaking of all of them. They're gonna keep adding. Now it's DI or DEI. Now it's DEI what? B. Before you know, it's gonna be a whole alphabet. So when we say DE&I, we're including belonging and other forms of DEI, okay? Because sometimes when you didn't say the belonging, it's spoken for. Next one. Man, I wish we had that video. So someone alluded to this. This is my personal definition of what DEI means, and someone alluded to this. It's more than how it looks. We know about the gender and identity, but it's also how you feel. But more importantly, what does that say? How you feel others feel about you. You don't want to be in a work environment where you're tolerated or not celebrated, and where you're not valued. So our goal here is, regardless of what, your religion, your sexual orientation, your height, your age, you are welcomed, and you are valued, and you are celebrated. Next slide. So why is it important? And they alluded to this in the U of O Pacific presentation, but go ahead. It's a better reputation. Of course, they spoke on retention rates and they spoke on this decision-making, more creativity. But I want to focus on this reputation. I went and visited a vendor or a service provider yesterday, and they had nothing but good things to say about VMRC. Except the new DEI guy. Who's this guy sending all these videos? But what people say, somebody just took off my thing. I'm gonna throw the mic down in a minute. Why you come up to the, what are we doing here? All right, Tony, you're up again. I'm gonna send you an email. This is up again. He's I guess. Did you hear the joke about the, no, just kidding. What happened? All right, go back, next slide. It's killing me. Now, we're gonna talk about some specific strategies that we're gonna be using and we're gonna be doing within this organization. Go ahead. All right, right there. There's one button, Doug, press and hold. There you go. All right, guys, look at this. This is gonna be what we're rolling out for the future. These are some of our strategic priorities. Okay, we're gonna do our education and training. We're gonna do our employee engagement and belonging, our inclusion and onboarding, and orientation, our committees, what we just spoke about, and our reporting. Because if it gets measured, it gets done. So I want to take your surveys and that information and put those into action. So what gets measured get done. All right, go ahead, Doug. All right, all right, we got the committees and they spoke about it. And their names are right there. Tony already introduced them. Go ahead. We got our education and training. Now, why is that important? Because you don't know what you don't know. And we're gonna hold people accountable and responsible, but how can we do that if you don't know? So we're gonna have a lot of training, and a lot of education and resources, so you guys do know. Go ahead. This is a video, but I don't know if it can play. Try it again, Doug. I'm giving up hope. Try it again, Doug. It's my presentation. There you go. Did you try it? Okay, put the mic to it then. Man, we are missing some good. We're gonna show you one at the end of this. I apologize. Killing me. So if you don't know what you don't know, we're gonna talk about acknowledgement. You gotta acknowledge something. And then you gotta apologize. And then you gotta learn. That's what this department is gonna be all about, acknowledging what we know and what we don't know. And then apologize. From the leadership down to the service coordinators, apologize. And then most importantly, what? Learn. Next. Man, this is a good one. That was a good one too. It was the do's and don'ts. It was a little humorous. I had some funny videos in here, but it's killing me. Anyway, so this is the culturally competency continuum. Now, we're going to talk about that word culturally competence and culturally sensitivity and culturally competency and culturally aware. And this is, our goal is to be culturally proficient. Oh, hey. You see, that's that discriminate. I'll get there. See, where Michael at? Where Michael? Say it louder. I'm bad. Okay. This is, hopefully we'll be up there. Most of us start off with the be like me. And then it's and then we go up to the we are all the same. Those are the people that say I'm not present, I'm colorblind. But in reality, we're not colorblind. And I don't say that I'm ever colorblind. I say I'm color blessed, not colorblind. Because if you're color blessed, you can appreciate all colors. If you're color blind, you won't appreciate any color, even your own. So I'm color blessed, not color blind. Cultural pro competence is when you're interested in to know. This is something that I hope that we're all kind of gauge. We want to know. I don't know what I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to learn. And then we get up with, I'm aware of my own culture and the others' culture's differences. So we can appreciate that. So when there's these holidays and celebrations, we won't become offended, we'll become more inspired and more supportive because we have ours and we can respect someone having theirs. And then we gotta get up to, I'll adapt my approach, meaning I'll meet people where they are. I can blend in. And that's where culturally proficiency comes in at. And that's our job to teach you that. Next. Now, you guys heard of the salad melting pot? And different, everybody's talking about the melting pot, but we want this organization to be a salad bowl. The melting pot is blending everything together. A salad bowl is more appreciating every culture and ethnicity on the plate. You don't have to change who you are. You don't have to change what you believe. I cannot agree with you, but I can respect your decision. And there's a difference. I don't have to support what you believe in, but I can respect your decision. And we're going to talk about the difference between being offended and just not liking something, because someone asked me earlier, could they play Christmas music at one of our functions? Someone else was afraid to put up a Happy Kwanzaa poster on their wall. That's not offensive. Offensive is when you take a marker and cross it out, or when you have something that says, I hate, you fill in the blank. And we're gonna learn the difference between being offensive and just not maybe agreeing with something. Salad bowl, next. All right, these are some of the trainings that we're gonna have, or we already have. Did you guys see some of this? Remember the compassion fatigue one? Yes, no, maybe so? I can't hear you. Yeah, you don't think so? You know, I'm a church boy. Talk to me and I'll talk to you back. That's what the pastor always say. What else, Doug? We're gonna be doing one on imposter syndrome, which is very, very important, especially in the organization that we're in. That's the feeling that you are not unworthy and that you're not capable or worthy when you are in actuality are. You know, I suffered from and still suffer from imposter syndrome. Minorities and women predominantly suffer from imposter syndrome. To name a few, Michelle Obama suffers from imposter syndrome. Hanks suffers from imposter syndrome. These are individuals that are quite successful. Oprah Winfrey suffered from imposter syndrome. And we're gonna have a workshop and training on that and how that can affect your belief that you can, you know, grow in this organization or just grow as a person. Next, we're gonna talk about microaggressions. And Tony is gonna make a couple of these mandatory, because in one of those are these, because you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of us are going through and doing microaggressions and not even knowing it. And I had a video. I'm gonna show you that video at the end of this, even if it's after lunch. I'm gonna show you the video of an example of microaggressions. You know, most people use the one, where you from? You ever hear that? Where you from? You know, I'll tell them Compton, anyway. Next. This is the example. Have you guys seen this one before? That's hilarious. Who's seen it before? So good, and a lot of people haven't. We're gonna have to find that one. I'll have to YouTube that one. Next. So, we're gonna start incorporating some ERGs. Can we get a woo-woo for that? We have several of them, guys. We got some women ones, some LGBTQ ones, some possibilities of others, some African-American ones, some Latino, Hispanic heritage. I'm gonna be sending out a survey with those, and then open spaces for you guys to fill them in. These employee resources groups are just to help bring people together and make people feel more inclusive. It's not a Black Lives Matter movement. It's not a White Lives Matter movement. It's not another group that you could segregate. That's not the purpose of the ERG. It's to help you feel more inclusive. So when I send those surveys out, please respond to them, which ones you would like to see. If there's some that's not mentioned, list it, and then we are going to work into that. We're going to start with one or two, And then roll from there. We're gonna be rolling those out in the near future. Next. All right, who are you? Can you look at your neighbor and say, who are you? Yes, they're looking at me. Can you look at somebody else? Say, who are you? Man, time flies. I got until what? 12:30? Good. We're gonna take 10 minutes and you guys are gonna talk and find out something that you don't know about a person next to you. All right? And I'm gonna call on a lot of people, so take 10 minutes to get to know the person that you're sitting with. But this is where DEI comes into play. Because if you don't know, how can you grow? You guys got that? If you don't know, how can you grow as an organization? So what did you guys find out at this table? Nothing, we all family. Well, let me go over here. Man, you know, even the table, you got the black folks sitting at the one over there, you know. Like in church. What did you know, Gabby? You find anything new?
We found out that Alex is the youngest of, 4.
Okay, that's good. What about this table? Come on, yeah, talk a lot. And I ain't got nothing to say, huh? Well, you taking the time right now. Come on, Malik, we got that, some representation. Say it louder. Oh, you real? Okay. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you for letting me come here today. That's my people, boy. I tell you, I'm just happy to be here. And just learning something about my girl Courtney. I speak to all these people, and I speak to everybody. And you know, the thing that I think I just wanted to say is that thanks for letting me come. Malik. Mark, go on, bro. Mark, we got one? All right, go ahead. Go.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they can't hear you, Rebecca. They too busy laughing at each other. Oh, we got to stand up.
Yeah, I learned a little bit about Julie, that she had a really unique, challenging childhood. And she's a very empowered woman who raised a family despite her challenges. And she has a rewarding career. And that even though we struggle with diversity of children and kind of rise above difficult circumstances, we share that in a very emotional and heartwarming journey.
This table. You find out anything any different?
Out of that, she went to San Diego. She graduated from San Diego University.
You don't even know her name. She, her. Come on now. I don't know pronouns right now. What's her name?
Julian. I'm the side, right?
No, got to do it. You just knew it.
I'm Julian, who graduated from San Diego. It was during COVID time, which was 3 years ago. Yeah.
Anybody else learn anything? Tracy Chantel was born in Buffalo. Nice. They're crazy cat ladies, okay. Let me come on over here. Oh, let me get the tea. Come on, team.
My cable members were not born here. But that they would use the Disney Channel to learn how to like.
Hey, should use BET. You could connect a little bit more.
And we learned that Nisha is the only child. Ira, she speaks Tagalog. Yes, Victoria. Okay, she got twin sisters, autism, and she has a 2-year-old daughter. Chelsea got her master's.
I can definitely remember all that. How you got?
She about to go to a bunch of concerts. I just found out she's the oldest of 5.
Maybach or Mobac? Is that? Oh, I thought it was some car, Maybach or something like that. Come on, Carmen. I went on my first IP visit with Carmen. She was so professional. She was on bomb. You know, I went to a house and she was sitting there with her notes and everything. And I was off falling asleep on the couch. You know. But she was great. Who did you learn about in this group?
Maritza. She lived in Cambodia for a while and she had a great experience out there. She loved it.
All right, does anybody else want to share? Before I go, does anybody else want to share anything? All these people here, thank you, and you act like you don't really care. How can you care about the people that you are serving if you don't care about the people that you are serving with? You don't want the mic? Okay, why you back? I'm not going to, I'm not going to give it to you. Go ahead.
Valvina, with a B, and there's also a Valvina, their names are almost the same, but this is the one with a B, so now I know this, and I'm happy to put her face with her name. I also learned that she has a daughter graduating from UOP in May, and she's studying sociology. Valvina is gonna refer her to VMRC.
Well, let me share something that you didn't know about me probably, and there was some video to go along with it. I was, I'll tell you a little history. I was, born in a, we all come from dysfunctional families, I guess, but, you know, I came from a very physically and mentally abusive childhood. I didn't meet my biological father until I was 15 years old. I never said, I love you, Dad, a day in my life. Don't know how that feels. You just don't know, you know, athletes, other contributing to my dad. No, I was born in San Francisco and I was there for 3 weeks. Then my mother left and we moved to Southern California. I went to 5 tree schools in 6 years. I went to 3 high schools in 4 years. No, I wasn't in the military. I just followed my mommy. She hooked up with men that were abusive. And they used to beat up on me and my sister. So low self-esteem was part of my DNA. I didn't believe in myself. I just didn't care. I remember I was in high school getting one-legged A's. Do you know what one-legged A's are? It's a fail, y'all, it's fail. And D's. One day I was sitting at the bench. I didn't want to go home because I didn't want to get beat. And there's nothing like fearing when you're a child. There's nothing like being afraid when you're a child. And there's something called trauma. And we're going to get into some training with that. There's PTSD, but there's also something called complex trauma. And that's what you experience when you're repeated, in summary, a repeated traumatic experience. They got racial trauma, now they inner city trauma, where you're used to gunshots and police sirens. So I was used to abuse. Didn't love myself, didn't believe it. Was one guy, his name was Frank Jardine, and he looked at me and he said, he was a track coach and security guard. And he said, hey, you look like you can run track. And I was thinking girls in tights, you know what I mean, color. Anyway, I was like, yeah, I'll go out. I was going out with my binoculars, you know, it was all good. But it was something that I fell in love with. It was the first thing that didn't hit and didn't hurt. Everything that I loved hurt. Parents, you know, relationships. But this is the one thing, the harder I worked, the better I became. I wasn't recruited. I didn't start track and field until I was a senior in high school. But something happened, guys. You just need one person to believe in you. One person to believe in you. And I believe everybody here is that one person to the consumers in our families that we serve. He said, hey, you look like you can run track. So then I started running. I started getting pretty good. I was a late bloomer. Went to a junior college, and it was this guy named Jim Bush who said, hey, you look like you go to USC. I was like, what was that? And so I said, University of Spoiled Children. I don't want to go there. But it was this white horse. And it was this other coach who believed in me. And he said, hey, I believe in you. So then I went there, and as a result, I started getting to my education, started running track. And I became pretty good in track. And before I left USC, I became the NCAA national champion in 110-meter high hurdles. And you ain't gotta clap, I like this stuff. And I'm the #1 college athlete in 110-meter high hurdles. And then from there, I became even better. And I was able to represent the United States twice in the Olympics, bringing home 2 Olympic medals in 110-meter high hurdles. Now you can clap for that, okay? I mean, think about it. How many people in this room can say they're the best at anything? Don't say eat your cookies, because that's on me right now. I stay at the cookie place. We used to have this thing called Famous Amos. You guys heard of Famous Amos? Yeah, he's anyway. So, but #1, not just in this room, but not just in the city, but in the world. How much dedication and commitment and sacrifice. But if it wasn't for that one voice, sometimes your faith has to be bigger than everybody else's doubt. And it doesn't matter what you go through, even in this job or at your life. I remember, and I'm closing after this, we were at you guys remember the Rodney King riots? If you don't YouTube it, maybe date myself. It was in South Central LA, it was a police brutality and there was a protest and rioting. I lived off campus and I never forget it. I went outside and I smelled smoke, but being in the inner city, we didn't go to parks. We just went in trunks in the front yard and had barbecue. So I just thought somebody was barbecuing because of the burning of wood that I smelled. It wasn't until I walked outside of my house, saw buildings burning, people running up and down the street, having little kids squeeze through security bars, getting VCRs. It was just very, very sad to see a community in such uproar. This is why I do what I do now. Coach called and said, everybody get on campus. Now, at USC, they had the National Guards. They were there before the police came. I mean, that's a prestigious university, so they had the National Guards, people with their M16s or whatever rifles they had. And I would never forget this. I would drive to the campus to be greeted with officers pointing guns at me, telling me to get out the car. And until you have a gun pointed at you, you really don't know how to feel. And it's like walking out on my shoes. So the things that we're experiencing, the people that we work with, don't say you understand how you feel unless you have been through what they were going through. He went out there, and he told me to get out. All these guns pointed. And I said, I'm a student. Didn't matter. He said, get on the ground. And he pointed that gun at me. And I'm thinking, oh Lord, what do I do? Now I'm going to USC, I'm #1 in the country in track, didn't mean anything. I never forget him pushing my head in the ground and smelling the smell of urine and dirt pressed against my face. It wasn't until a track teammate came, and he happened to be Caucasian, and he said, hey, he's part of our team, with a loud, aggressive, protective voice. And at that, sir came and he said, oh, I'm sorry, and lifted up, and I went on in. At that moment, I knew that life is not fair. And some people do have a little more privilege, rights than others. And if that guy that had no interest, he was my teammate, could speak up for me, then I can speak up for someone that's on that ground still. And whether it's a developmental disability, an intellectual disability, a gender, a color, we have a responsibility to speak on that behalf, because there's a lot of people still on that ground. And I commend this organization, I commend everybody here that is doing that, because don't walk past, because there's somebody laying on the ground that needs you. I know we get tired, too many hours, too many training. But that one person needs you, because I was one of those people. So we're gonna have a lot of training. We're gonna have a lot of fun, but most important, we're gonna make this a place that everybody feels what? Belong, place where everybody belongs. I'm done. If you have any questions, I forgot. Let me get up behind that up here. You guys got any questions about anything? What we're gonna be doing, what we're rolling out? Any comments? If you feel too nervous, you can email me them. But if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand.
Thank you, Mark. We're glad you're here.
I was gonna say it was a great presentation, but listen, when you leave, because you have intro music, you have to have exit music.
You gotta hit that beat again.
Yeah, like you're having some technical difficulties.
No, the music, it's regular music from your
That's your
phone.
question?
We're not ready for the, we still have some questions, Mark.
Okay, let's start working on that. Yes.
Our table wants to be your friend.
I'm your friend too. Hey, I don't wanna lose my black card, but
Oh, no. Don't go there.
I'm still kid to get in, believe. Bam, okay. Any other questions?
I have some,
Let
can
me
you,
ask you guys a
can you
question.
hear
And if
people
you
that
have a
are
question,
online?
please raise your hand.
Can you
How
see
could
them?
this department, this office help you? What would you like to see different from the leadership? Well, email me on that because they're here, huh? But what would you like to see out of this department? We're gonna do our ERPs, we're gonna do training. We're gonna be more inclusive, we're gonna be having different type of posters that are gonna be placed around. I'm gonna be visiting the Modesto and what's that thing, San Francisco? San Fernando? San something, you know. San Andreas, I thought it was San, San what? Well, I forgot that we got San Fernando out there. I'm just, but I'm gonna be visiting all 3 locations. We're gonna start having a lot of get-togethers and hopefully we'll start having some competitions between different ones. Doug said he wants to do like a softball competition or whatnot, but he can't play because he said he's gonna coach. So, but we're gonna start having some fun. But the question is, if everyone answered, how could I be of service to you? And please raise your hand if you have any suggestions. Somebody raise your hand over there. Oh, you're just scratching, huh? That means I cannot come to work. I don't have to move out here. I can stay in LA and collect a check. Oh, someone on Zoom, Tony, Doug. Can I speak? Andrea, okay.
I don't see anything on the chat, Mark.
There's a whole bunch of stuff on the chat.
So I'm gonna go around here and then I'm gonna ask you a question and hold a mic in your hand. How does it feel being
How come they can't see the chat?
a minority
They can't see the chat. That's why I wanted to
male
talk out loud.
in this 400 and plus, and I don't know who's online, but looking around this room, there's not too many people that look like me. That's of my gender. I think there's 2 others. How does it feel walking around the office, not seeing anybody that looks like you? Who wants to answer that between the 2? He said work from home. I ain't, brother, no. He said I gotta be here. How does it feel? Let's go, Mike, how's it feel? Told you, I work from home. Oh, you're serious? Well, we're gonna have to do something to make you feel a desire to come. Malik, how does it feel? I know you got your sweetie here, so that's, let me say something. I didn't even notice. You know what I mean? Only because I started in '99. I started in '99. So I know I don't look like that. I know I'm a pretty brother. But just seriously though, seriously. Just going into meetings, being the only black person in there. And they're not calling me black, they call me African American. So I just try to be myself. Try to learn as much as I can, try to help as many people as I can. And just try to make my family, my community proud. Vote for this guy. Anybody else? I'm gonna call up somebody else. And I'm not doing this to provoke any answer. We're being honest with ourselves. We can sit and say, and I am, my mother married a Caucasian and I was raised halfway between getting beat and otherwise. So I don't have no racial tension, but I do understand and recognize when I'm in a room and there's nobody else that looks like me making decisions about people that look like me. No. See, I paid her before she got here, girl, so we worked it out. How does it feel? No, quick, I'm gonna come back to you, but how does it feel to be a Caucasian hearing all this DEI? And how does that make you feel? Anybody want to answer? Gotta hold the mic.
It doesn't bother me at all. I appreciate your message. I took some things from a manager meeting where you spoke. And one of the things that I really appreciated that you said was, instead of tolerating diversity, we should be celebrating diversity. So I really appreciated that. I also, as an older person in the agency per se, I mean, I'm one of the older people. That has never been an issue. I don't feel like people look at me like I'm an old lady or anything, And I'm one of the shortest managers, come to find out, at my first in-person manager meeting. I believe everybody was towering over me. So, but I don't think anybody's looking down on me going, oh my gosh, she's short, she can't lead. I don't do that. So I'm good, and I like the whole concept.
Okay, they don't want to get written up. Anybody else want to answer that question? One more, then I'm gonna pass it over to Tony. Let me see. And let me ask one person. I gotta ask one question. Let's see here. Let's see. What would you guys like to see? This is very important. Because I used to be sitting in your chairs and I used to sit and say nothing, and then I used to complain about it. Thank you.
Well, our unit, we celebrate like each other's birthdays, so we do potlucks, like every month we're having a potluck. We love food. So, I mean, it's always nice to learn about other cultures. So maybe we have like social where we get together and just learn about, other people's cultures, other people's foods, other, things that they do. I think that we like that kind of stuff. So I think that would be good.
Yeah, we'll incorporate that. Anybody else want to say anything else? Well, thank you guys. Now I'm officially done and hand it back over to the boss.
All right, don't drop the mic because it'll break. All right, so we are gonna break for lunch, but there's a lot of us here, so we have a two-sided table. Did we were able to do that? Okay, good. And I'm sorry, but I gave Christine the power to call the tables. So she is going to let the different tables go, and if you're getting your food, don't be picky. Just get it quick. Then move along, so the rest of us can eat. Okay, Christine, you ready?
I'm ready, Tony.
All right, get it rolling.
All right.
Okay. All right, now talk amongst yourselves, use the restroom if you must. Flag is there, deserve. Okay, everybody. Welcome, welcome back, welcome back. Takes a little bit of time, settle in, no sleeping. Okay. Okay. Here we go. There's the chance, there's a moment you guys probably all been waiting for. Let's hear about, we're gonna cover the state of the state. So. We have the state of the state, we're gonna go over the budget. One of your favorite things to do, right? We'll try to spice it up, it'll be interesting, won't be all the numbers. Billion here, billion there, well, we're talking about real money, right? But there's a big system. And we are very reliant on the state budget. So, the things that we do them because we have contract with the state to do them. And they give us a certain amount of money. And if they give us more, then we can have more of you. So your cases are smaller. But we have to keep watching that. So, let's see though, the other things that they've come up with us, for us to do. As you know, last couple of years, we've been adding more and more initiatives, exciting initiatives that we're very excited to do. Very good things, but they're all been on top of the things that we're doing already. And I don't know if you noticed them or not, but some people would leave their jobs as service coordinators and do one of these new exciting things. I don't know if you noticed that. Did you notice that, Karen? People moving around like that? So some people think we have a really high turnover rate in the organization because people on their team disappear and they go off to different jobs. But we actually don't have a very high turnover rate because they're staying in the organization, they're just moving around. So those things that happened over the last couple of years, they equal about 50 different initiatives that the state had over those last 2 years. That's a lot. We admit that, Linda Barr, that's kind of a lot of moving parts. So the good news is we don't have very many of those in this budget. So I'll run through what we have in the budget. And then I know you all love the monthly updates, but we're gonna keep those going every month. And so since this is the day that we would have done them in the Zoom, we're gonna do them a little update here as well. We'll wrap it all into one. It'll all be done though. Both of those things will be done in 1 hour. I know Jason's like, I don't know, I don't think you can do it. But he's the compliance manager, so I better do it, right? He'll hold me to it. But so we'll do those and then we'll have a bunch of fun. Then we let Renee have the mic. And then she's gonna inspire us, make us laugh, be entertained. And then we're gonna show appreciation. And it's a moment for us to say thank you to so many people who have been here for a long time. And I've met a lot of people who have been here for like many hours. They've been working for us. So I know a lot of you today were several hours, you've been an employee here. So this will be different. You don't get the awards for the hour, just the years, right? But let's go over the state of the state for all of us. And I don't know, there'll be questions, but let's do any of those if they come up. So I don't know, did you get candy? Christine got candy. Oh man, Doug is gonna take your candy away. All right, so let's see what the governor has in mind. Now, this is the state budget. It's a budget proposal. So, but this is what the governor came up with. So usually the governor gets what the governor wants. So, and then sometimes there's things in addition, but pretty much when the governor's budget comes out, they get it. So what happened? So the most important thing about the budget this particular year is that we didn't get cut. And everybody that's in the Capitol that knows public policy for people with developmental disabilities. Everybody expected some form of a cut to begin. All of the reports show that the state budget is in trouble. So in this year, the projections are, we're gonna have a $22 billion shortfall. $22 billion is huge. Sometimes other states are that size. Ours is the biggest budget in the country. And so a $22 billion budget shortfall is still a lot of money, but in comparison to the percentages, it's something that they can deal with. But it usually means everybody gets some kind of a cut. So the most important thing I want you to take away is that for whatever reason, we came out okay on the governor's proposed budget. And we expect that that's how that will work into the end. Sometimes we actually come up with a few extra things. So that's the good thing. The other is, think about the rate of growth. The budget for developmental services, so all the regional centers, it represents an increase. So we didn't get a cut in a year where there's a $22 billion shortfall, and we got an increase. We got an increase because of our growth. So some regional centers are not seeing any growth at all. Some are seeing a little bit. We are seeing probably the most. So we're up there. We're one of the winners. Where's our intake, people? Eligibility? What are you guys doing here? You gotta go home. They're so busy. Those guys are so busy. They are adding in intake, in eligibility, 0 to 5 caseloads a month. 5 caseloads a month, and one Lanterman caseload, one complete Lanterman caseload a month. Means every month you should have 6 new colleagues sitting around you every month. And if we did that every month, plus added the 70 people that we said, that's our goal, right? 70 people to get our caseload ratios down. We did that, 70 people. That's just to get us to the point where we needed to be last year, last July. So that point in time, those 70 people that we're targeting to bring them all in, but that would get us to where we need to be for that date. But I just told you we're adding 6 new caseloads every month. So do the math, it's a lot of activity. So all that action happening in our regional center, that's not the same in every regional center, but it is for us, and we got funded for it. So we are going to, hopefully we'll be adding quite a bit more on top of those that we are already hiring in our current initiative. So anyway, that's a lot, right? So huge budget shortfall, a 12.7% increase in the total budget, and then beginning to fund caseloads at actual cost. This is one of the other big important things. You ever heard of a thing called a core staffing formula? Anybody heard of that? Anybody? Couple people been around for a while. Core staffing formula. It says, I think that we should be paying social workers about $10 an hour. And if we did that, we would be able to meet our ratios. That's how the formula works. All right, something like that, $10, $20 an hour. You can't do that. You wouldn't, if you just paid that much, you wouldn't have anybody to do that. You couldn't do that. So that's core staffing formula is given to all the regional centers, and then we say, yeah, right. And then we take the amount of money and we hire as many people as we can with that amount of money, but it doesn't equal the total that they did. But here's the exciting news for the budget this year, is that for the first time ever in my career, they actually funded some caseload growth in the 0 to 5 for at the level that it cost us. And which might sound weird, of course, but this is the first time they've ever done that. So they're looking at the cost and the associated costs that we all actually experience when we hire a new service coordinator. So, I mean, your faces should be like, wow, that's wonderful. Like, wow, they're gonna pay us what it costs to serve people. I mean, obviously, right? But this is the very first time they're actually doing that. So people like me are very excited that we are gonna do that because we're expecting more money in the total growth. And if they use the new formula they used, then we will be able to get the amount of people that we need. So that's the hope. So that's a bit of exciting news for this budget. Those exciting things happened. And, oh, the other big thing was the provider rates. The providers, our community providers, you know, they, for many years, they've struggled with their rates. And then some time ago, there was a study that said, actually, they should be paid this other dollar amount. It was way more than what we paid. And then they said, well, the state said, thank you, consultant, and go away. We don't need that amount. And, but there was a lot of activity, kept pushing for it. And then the state last year said, okay, we're going to pay that amount the year before as well. And we're gonna get them gradually up to the amount that the contractor said that actually cost them. Which is really important because trying to get services for people with disabilities in our area is really hard to do, especially when the rates have been frozen. And ours have been uniquely frozen more than many other regionals. So we have an additional difficulty doing that. So it should get that pretty equal across the board in time. So it's a lot of money though. It's the biggest budget item for developmental services. So expecting a budget cut, everybody was for sure we're not going to get those rate increases that were promised already. And then it turned out in the budget, they mentioned that we were going to keep our promise to the state of California, to people with developmental disabilities and their families, and the developmental services system will be given those rate increases as promised. So they're going to keep moving forward with the rate increase, which is critically important. So that was something that we last year already expected, but this year thought that would go away. So that was another bit of really exciting and really good news. And then it also included the changes in minimum wage. The minimum wage has gone up again this year. And so there was some concern that with the budget the way it is, maybe they wouldn't do that part. And they did. And then they also changed the IRS so that they, you know, the IRS mileage rate. So they put that in there as well. So they made whole on all the things that were the increased cost to our local service providers. So all of those things are really great. They're going to create a new program. This is sort of expansion that it's not going to impact us, not any new things that we'll have to do here. But DDS is going to create a new branch for autism services. So I say it won't impact us, but it probably, you know, add to our current work. But it could be a nice team at DDS who will have a focus on working with the regional centers and working with people with autism and their services. So that new branch will start. But it's a branch of 6 people. So what could 6 people do to us? Don't ask that question. More money. Where's Libby? There we go. There's an increased commitment to the foster kids in our system. So more money to the regional center. Many regional centers have a partial person. Did you know Libby was a partial person? She's a whole person to us, but the position is not fully paid for at the department level. So they end up doing a lot of other things as well. And so there's money in this budget to make those full positions. So that's a good emphasis for us. And then we can begin to do more work in supporting our foster kids in our area. So Tara and I have been working on some ideas on that and make cake loads in there and more work for Libby to do. So anything we can do to keep her out of trouble, that's good. Am I right, Brian? The STAR program, that's that stabilization, training, assistance, and reintegration. Anybody ever have to use that? If you do, you'll know why it's important, right? It's a big important program if you're needing some real intensive services, and they're trying to improve that program and allow them they're gonna go to, they're gonna become ICFs. And the plan is that it will help them serve people with psychiatric needs better, so. A little bit of money in there to do that, but that's going on. Money for the growth of caseloads from provisional eligibility. So those are those 3 and 4 year olds at 4 years, 9 months, we check them out again if they were provisionally eligible, the little ones. And then they either become permanent or they transition out. But the growth, the success has been much better than the state thought it would be. So that's good. We're above average. We represent 4% of the state's population. And our percentage in the provisional eligibility is 5%. So we're doing a good job, our group. We're finding them and we're serving these young kids, and there's some additional money for that process. So that's good that they recognize that, and that they also will help us process them through eligibility. And then, fiscal, sorry about this, guys, but and case management, the cost participation program, we all love that one, right? Does anybody love it? We all hate that program. We've been pushing this for a long time for it to go away, and it's been suspended for a while. And the plan was that it would come back on July 1. And it is targeted to come back on July 1. It's in the budget. So it doesn't count as a cut because it's already promised that would happen. But the good thing, maybe at least for fiscal, is that DDS is thinking about taking over, processing the whole thing. So we don't have to do that, but they'll have to do all that. So, but we'll see. It'll be in the May revise, but that's the plan right now for that program. So unless some families can step up and fight this, it's probably going to happen. So, and then the only actual reduction that counts in the budget is actually it's actually a delay. There was a preschool integration grant, it's about $10 million, and the department was working with the California Department of Education, and there was some plan to do some state preschools throughout the state, and there were grants worth $10 million, and so those are delayed. So they're still going to do them, still want to do them, but they're going to delay it for a year. That's the only cut, the actual cut to our system. So that's exciting. Any questions on any of those? There is a test. It's a very difficult test. It comes later. No question? You're taking notes diligently. Okay, for the test. Things to come. So I told you now a lot of new things are coming. So Debbie, don't worry. But there are things that are existing that are still being worked on, and maybe some of them you all are actually working on them now, or you're about to. So, but they were in the budget last year. So more funds to cover the growth and expansion of social rec and camp. So there was some concern that maybe that would get rolled back. But actually the department is seeing the trend, the use of social rec and camp, and so there are more funds there that was put in as a modification to the budget. Coordinated Family Supports Program. Hopefully you all have seen the development of that. It's not final yet. So if anybody tells you that's a final program, because that has been some rumors that was real, but it's not final yet, but it will be soon. So, and that program, how many people have heard about it? Anybody heard about it as it's developing? A couple over there. A couple, these are for adult services, right? So all the adults, folks should know about it. So this program is to help people who are living with their families, their adults, and they're going to continue, they want to keep living with their families into their adult years. And so, and they could do that if they're in ILS, they can get some ILS, right? They need some of that support. But supported living, they can't do that. But this program right here is very similar to the supported living program, but it allows somebody to stay living in their family home throughout their years. One of the target areas is for people with developmental disabilities to continue to live at home with their aging caregivers. So a person with a disability maybe 60 or 50 and their parents 80 or 70. And gives them more autonomy, agency as a person in their own family home to do different things. It's not a support for the family member. It's not like respite, those kinds of things. But it's for the person with a disability and what they need. And so there's a brand new program coming out your way. And you may have some consumers, some adult consumers who are living at home with their families and want to keep doing that because they don't want the other, maybe the other support models like the licensed homes or the supported living or any of those other things that we have. They want to keep living at home. So if that's what they want, you'll learn more about this in the coming weeks. And that will be an option. It's a pilot program, which makes it kind of not good because it's a pilot for 3 years, but if it works out, the state is going to do it, keep doing it. For communication assessments for consumers who are deaf plus, hard of hearing. So more resources for regional centers to have these communication assessments done. And we're working on some caseload specialization. Where's Christine? Right, we're working on some potential caseload specialization to serve those who are deaf plus hard of hearing. They get a specialized caseload there, at least one. And so we're having conversations about how to do that. So this is happening. It was funded last year, so that's why I tell you that again. And then there are some 4 workforce programs. I'll tell you more about one of them in a minute, but training stipends for direct support professionals so that they go to the training and it gives the agencies a stipend of about $500, and then they can use that money and give them pay their DSPs to go through a more intensive training so they can better serve our consumers. DSP internships, a way for people to come in and become a DSP in an internship model. So it's get a taste for it, work a little bit for one of the providers and see if they want to do that or not. And their payment for that. I'll skip the next one for a second, but pilot remote services. The state's going to look at different ways to use these remote services. Mainly what they're talking about are people like in maybe their own home or maybe even a licensed home, but with maybe at night there's no staff there, but there's cameras or there's some use of other technology to support somebody in their own home. What would that look like? So the state hasn't fully fleshed that out yet, but that is coming and expected to be coming to us very soon. And then back up to tuition reimbursement. That's us, that's ours. And so we'll be sending out some information to all of you, see who's interested in this program or not, but this is for regional centers. And it will allow us to give a tuition reimbursement up to $10,000 per employee per year for a maximum of 3 years. And so we still haven't gotten that yet, but we met on that last week and we're gonna do a lot more details. And we expect that to be probably out maybe next week or the next week after that. So we'll send some feelers out, see if anybody's interested. But it is a great way for us to give an offer benefit to our staff who want to continue in their education and advance. So that you'll hear more of that later. Any questions on any of those? Okay. Questions? This is going swimmingly. Other things that are coming up, there are 6 exciting things happening in the early area related to ARPA. ARPA, anybody know ARPA? American Rescue Plan Act, right? And that is federal money that came to sort of help the states and help human services in this particular area. It's more early start for the little ones. There are 6 programs that are going to come out. They're pilot programs. There's a big ideas. We want to see if they work. And so only a few regional centers, 1 or 2, will be doing each one of them. And we're very excited. Claire's still here. she paying attention this time? Okay, there's Claire. And Claire, has agreed to engage us in this program. Very exciting program. It's called the Family Wellness Program. We got our team over here. Just two? You got any more yet? You guys hired yet? Okay, well, we're working on it. We've got, it's the Family Wellness Program, and it's a very, very cool program. It's something that a lot of us have wanted to see for many years. And we would like to see it expand, but for now, no rush. But for now, it's a wonderful way for us to provide extra supports and services to young families in the early start program. When they find that they're having a child, that their child is eligible, they're learning a lot of things about their disability. There's maybe some fear, some prejudice, they don't really, there's a lot of unknown. And so there's a lot that families go through. And sometimes it's not just the mother or not just the father, but it's the whole family unit as well. And so what can we do to help the whole unit sort of process through and for a successful service delivery and transition on? And so it's wonderful. There are a lot of high level professionals that will be able to get involved in providing some of these supports, and you'll be learning more and more about it as it goes. So very exciting program. We're doing it in also Fort Northern. Our Northern Regional Center is the second one. So there's just two regional centers that will be doing that one. And the other one in the ARPA is a project to enhance culturally and linguistically sensitive services, focus on early start. I don't remember where that's happening. There's some outreach projects that are happening at other regional centers. There's some use of technology, and then technical assistance and monitoring. Then there's some additional work that the Department of Developmental Services is doing with the California Department of Education around better partnering in our communities throughout the state. So there's some funds in here to make sure that all these things occur. And then we'll most likely be leading the efforts to help measure these. So we're working with DDS right now, and whether or not we'll do that, but somebody will have to measure the success of all these programs, because we'd like to see them be successful, one. Two, to prove that they're successful. Three, then it would go throughout the state. But it won't go throughout the state unless we can show that they're effective. So we really love our project. Our project is a wonderful project, and we'd love to see other people be able to access that as well. So those things are coming. And then future updates and are scheduled. Okay, so that was the budget. Any more questions? Any more questions?
I have a question.
How many questions on the budget?
I have a question, Tony.
Questions on the budget, the state budget?
Tony, I have a question.
No?
I don't
Yes,
think they can hear us.
yes, the question is how many service coordinators we're supposed to hire by the end of the fiscal year, by end of June. And the number was 69. We're picking 70 pretty much, but we're 69 was our number that we have to meet. And we have to do it by the end of June. And we're right now at 45. So, and we've got a lot more that are in the pipe right now, and a lot of activity happening. So we're very confident we'll meet it early and then see if we can do more, but we're going to do at least that. You're welcome. Good questions. Anybody else have a good question like that? But it doesn't have to be as good. But... Yes, sir, loud. The question is, so what about the other departments? Would there be any other hiring that would go also? And there is the part about the core staffing formula and using the actual cost. The actual cost has some IT in there, IT support, There's a little bit of admin support in there. The core staffing formula has fiscal and admin and resource. So that formula we hate is where all the good things are in terms of if you add one person, you get to hire these others, some portion of them. And so as we move from that to the actual cost, we're trying to bring that in. So it's not there right now, but it is part of the conversation with the state to do that. So it is gonna take us some time to get all those in there the right way, because they're gonna say to us, well, I thought you didn't like the core staffing formula. And we'll say, yeah, we didn't, but we did like this one part of it, the part that gives us all these other components. So that's the actual cost. And we want to sell that to the state, that that's the actual cost of hiring a new service coordinator. Each service coordinator, maybe you need to appoint something of somebody else, because all the other things are things that we don't want our service coordinators have to do, because we've got other people that are doing them, so they could be service coordinators only, right? We want to have people be able to put their full focus there. So that's a long answer to your short question. And we'll see. And there is some money though in that eligibility piece. We'll have to see what that looks like, what that proposal looks like. Any other questions? Not as hard, but good ones. Anybody? All right, maybe Julie can just ask more. Oh, yes, Donna.
There's a question in the chat bar saying, who is in charge of the wait list for CFS program?
Oh, who's in charge of the wait list?
I'm not sure what's the.
Not even sure that there is a wait list, so. I'll find out if there's a wait list, and then I'll find out who's in charge. I have no idea, I haven't heard that there's a wait list. The program is not actually official, so they haven't rolled it out yet. So I don't know that there is one or will be. Anybody else? You got one? The CFS is the community support. So I don't remember. That was 3 slides ago, man. Does anybody know? You remember? Community support service. What is that?
Family service.
Coordinated family service. Isn't that what I said? Okay. Any other questions? You guys have the state budget memorized. About a $14 billion budget. Okay. Growth is overall 5%. Okay, let's see. Updates. What's going on? I get till 2:30. Hold on, I might get this done early. Future updates are scheduled. So the updates, hopefully you got the email, we put them in the calendar. We're gonna keep doing the updates. We really love them. So we're gonna keep doing them. I'll try to do them hybrid. So we'll try to move around to the different buildings and do them from there. But you can always log in. We have a Zoom link for all of them already. So if you put them in your calendar, the Zoom link will be there. And then before each one goes on, if we're gonna be in your neck of the woods in your neighborhood, we'll be there and just come to the conference room and be with us. See us face to face. Or you do like we normally do, and we're all in the building together, but everybody's in their cubicles and their offices. And we're not seeing each other face to face, but we're all actually there. You can do that too, but I will be in the different buildings so that we can see everybody and just sort of hang. So 10 to 11, 4th Thursday of the month. New staff orientations. Everybody heard about that? Everybody's excited, right? That we are going to have many different leaders in the organization, people that work in different parts of the organization. That we're calling them orientations. And so it was some time ago we used to do that regularly for new people. And so now we're going to have a 6-month schedule. And so one day a month for 3 hours, we'll cover some section of the organization and what they do. And it's for all the new staff, anyone that's not a new staff that would like to come and get some, like a refresher of what happens in that part of the organization. You're welcome to come, but we'll be having the different people scheduled out, and we'll be doing those live. And so they'll be face to face in our Stockton office. So we'll do them over over 5 months. We'll take 1 month off, and then we'll do it again the next 6 months. So that way, if you came in later in the year and now you're on the third one, you're wondering, well, what about the first and second? Well, you just stay employed with us, and then the next round, you'll be able to do the first and second, right? So looking forward to that. Jesse is helping coordinate that, and then many senior leaders, some specialists in the organization, different parts of the organization will be presenting on their part, on what they do and how you can use them as a resource. And then we'll have some community partners as well that we all work with. And then you can meet them and ask them questions as well, on what they do. So really excited to have that going again. It's in person, we can see each other and laugh, and have a good time, talk about the great things that happen at Valley Mountain Regional Center and how we're all a resource for one another. The Tracy location update. So those of you who live in the Tracy region area, we'll at some point we'll be coming to you and asking you, where's Tracy? Or we'll ask you, hey, are you interested? So we're viewing some spots, we're doing some tours, we're checking out some different buildings. We want to make sure that we can grow. If you look at our eligibility, it looks like about anywhere from 20 to 30% sometimes of the eligibility is in that region. So we have more and more. We have over 3,000 people. I think it's 3,500 now live there in that area. So all those people have to travel to our area, and some of them actually go to another regional center. People that are over there, we've heard. So we want to make sure that we can be more responsive to their needs and be closer for them. And then so we would be developing that satellite office there, and we'll build that out, and we'll probably be expecting that to continue to grow, because the growth rate is pretty consistent, right? So we're looking at that, and we'll be meeting with the public, we'll be meeting with providers, we'll be meeting with staff who are interested, and then there'll be a lot of shuffling around, of course, as those people don't have to leave the person who's supporting them, the case manager. So if somebody lives in Tracy, we'll ask them, not force them, but we'll ask them, would you like to have your service, your case management services local? And then therefore we'll change you to this person. Now, I know that in many cases, we already have people that live in those places around Tracy, Fountain House, Patterson. So people that live there often will have cases in those areas already. So hopefully that won't be a huge lift for us, but we'll be getting those meetings going as we go, because we don't want to just force something down on everybody, but we do need to, we would have to make the decision to make bunk beds in Modesto and Stockton, or another building. We don't want to do another building in an area where we're not growing as fast as the other, right? So if everybody's moving to Tracy, it just makes more sense for us to be there with them. So that is still happening and very exciting. So anybody live in Tracy? You're probably online. It's so far away. All right. Well, for those of you on the Zoom who live in Tracy, we'll be meeting with you, and we'll have those conversations with the community. I told you about the tuition reimbursement already, but then I'm working on some logistics of how that program is going to work. There's some rules in there around if you go to another regional center, what happens, you could still keep it. Or if another employee comes to us from a different regional center, they're on that program, they could still keep it. And then we just come into ours. We don't know exactly how many spots the state is going to give each regional center, so it'll have to be we'll have to receive your applications and we'll go through that and we'll see what that looks like, but we'll get you all of that probably within the next couple of weeks, I would imagine. So, like I said, we're working on something, but the state has something as well, in terms of the rules. Recruitment status, I don't know if I mentioned 45, we're up to 45 new positions that we've hired already since July 1. And then we, I can't remember the number, I think it's 35 altogether on the backfills. So we have hired quite a few new people, so almost 100 people, right? Is that 35? Yeah, in the neighborhood. So there's all those new people who have been coming. I think we have a couple of backfills left, but we're really pushing on these expansions. So to make sure that we meet our goals, because if we don't meet our goals, it's likely that they'll stop them and they might move them around to other regional centers. They will say, well, they need them. You evidently didn't need them, so we'll move them around. So because we're hoping to be that regional center who says, well, that regional center didn't need them, so can we have some more of them? Well, hopefully we'll be done a couple months early and we'll do that. Any questions on the recruitment status? You seeing the new people coming? We're on the verge of maybe bringing some of those caseloads down. Some people have felt it, others maybe haven't yet. But there are a lot of new people coming. Strategic planning surveys and performance metrics. Where's Angie? Angie's still in the house, yes. So I mentioned this last time we were all together, the performance measures. That's why it's not a new budget item, but regional centers are going to be asked to do certain things. And in exchange for those certain things, they will receive some funding for it. So what we do with that, we'll have to figure out, but it may also come at a cost of doing the certain things. So some things like person-centered planning, person-centered thinking, how many people we have, that's one of the areas that they're looking at. The implicit bias work, they want to make sure the regional centers are doing that. What are they doing there? So there's some milestones to meet in there. There's a whole bunch of other areas that all the regional centers will have to meet. We haven't gotten this finalized yet, but there'll be some funds that will go to that. So watch for more of those. Our strategic plan that we have as an organization will be sending out the surveys. It's that time again where we ask you how you're doing with all these different things that we measured before, your experiences at the regional center. And so we'll be asking you those again soon. Watch for those in an email box near you. And a couple of last things here. Summer all staff. So just a little preview. The next all staff is not going to be till August. So we're going to have one more month to prepare for it. But we want to do it up big. We want to do conference style. We'll do some sort of keynote speakers, some breakout sessions. If you got some skills and some talents and things you want to teach on that you think that would be good for our organization, we'll try to get all 500 of us together in one room and learn and hear messages at the same time, engage with one another and learn about all these different parts of our organization. And we'll have something for everybody. So we'll make sure we have maybe some math classes or something. I don't know, some accounting things, whatever else, but whatever different parts of our organization want some more training on, some skill development, we'll listen to that, we'll put that in. And also we'll try to give a lot of variety. So all staff will have something that they can sort of experience and benefit from. So watch for that. That's going to be really fun. And again, it'll be in August. And then finally, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody that came today, face to face, and then everybody who's on the Zoom. It still takes a lot of effort to be on Zoom and to be there all day long and to really engage. And hopefully they did. And so I didn't see any pictures of house slippers or anything, but hopefully they're all engaged as well. And we have made it through some really most difficult times in our entire history. We did that together. And so I want to thank all of you for that, the things that we did, and everybody did it. from every position that we have. Our fiscal folks came in all the time. Anyway, we never told them about the work at home policy. So I'll tell you about that later, but yeah. And but they're constantly, those were some dangerous times. We're all afraid that we gonna survive what's going on, and so being around people was very scary for a lot of people. It still is for some people. But all of our administrative support staff with transferring that work to home is very hard to do and sometimes not possible. And so many of them continue to be there at the offices and work so hard and serving the people that we support, right? Supporting people with developmental disabilities, and they made phone calls, they became social workers too. And our reception staff did all kinds of things that they never thought they could do, I think. And all of our staff, and to every single position in the organization, we all made it through this together, and you helped so many people get through one of the most difficult times ever in their lives as well. So I'm so grateful to all of you. I get to be a member of this team, and so you guys are the ones who did all those things, and I took all the credit when I went to Sacramento. But it's because of all of you, and I would just brag about the amazing things that are going on, to tell any reporter I could find the dedication of all of our staff. I mean, how do you do QA, or how do you develop a new resource in the middle of all that? Like, what do you mean develop a new resource? The world is ending, right? So you guys did it anyway. You brought the people in still, and all the things that we did with transportation, we had a lot still to do, but we're making progress every month. And it's just so many different things. And so in the middle of all that, I mentioned that 50 different initiatives, right? So we don't have the 50 new initiatives, so I promise. But we still have a lot more work to do there. So I feel like we're turning the corner on our history, and we'll be bringing people back out. We're bringing ourselves back together to be with one another, to get that support that we all need, and also helping our consumers to get out there as well. A lot of them are still afraid for their health, and a lot of their parents are still afraid for their health. And so we still need to help them move along and live their life again, so that they're not segregated. The thing that we're fighting and have fought all of these years, the regional center system, is the anti-segregation center, right? That's what we do. We break down barriers for our consumers to make sure they have a place in the world. And right now, some of them don't have a place in this world because of fear. So we have a lot of work to do there as well. So I just wanted to say, make sure that you all understood how grateful I am to be part of this team. And just wanted to say thank you. Thank you all. Renee, give them a little break. 10-minute break. 10-minute break, and then Renee will pump it up. Where's Matthew? Where's Matthew? Okay. All right. Is Angie here? Is this? This. Yes. Get it going. Stir it in. Come on in, everyone. Austin's here. Anybody want Austin's autograph? He's one of our movie stars. Okay. Everybody come on in. Come on in, everybody, here we go. Okay, well, we gotta pick it up. More energy, right? I need to bring it up, more energy. All right, VMRC in the house. That's it. Where's the sign? Maybe the sign always works. Little energy here. Okay. Oh, there they are. It's for you guys. Welcome, come on in. This is the fun part. This is where I get to butcher everybody's name. No, like I said, taking that away from me. Come on, Ron. All right, everybody, this is the part you all been waiting for. A little time to celebrate our co-workers who've dedicated some milestones here at Valley Mountain Regional Center. And it won't be me that gets to do all of that. Who does all the great things for us at Valley Mountain Regional Center, but our very own Renee. Come on. Thanks in the house. Good afternoon. Just kidding, I told him. So, good afternoon, VMRC. Are you guys happy to be here? So am I. I'm excited. Oh, thank you. Love you too. So, yeah, I'm excited to be here. I haven't, this is like my first time back in front of everyone in this atmosphere. Hey, Danielle. Last year I missed it. I'm sorry. I was laying out on the beach in Cabo. So I'm sorry I missed it. Wish I could have been here. Not really, but I'm here now and I'm happy to see everybody. A lot of new faces, right? A lot of new faces. Am I a new hire? Yeah, 3 months, right? 3 months I've been here. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here and we are, normally for like the new people, really new people, we used to do these events and we have like themes, right? Do like dress your favorite football team, represent, or 80s theme, right? We dressed up. It was fun. Did you guys like that for you guys that were here, right? Right? Well, I did suggest that again. Hey, why don't we do a theme? Right? Doug, why don't we do a theme? That's fun. And Doug, Doug being Doug, he says, he looks at me and he's like, really? We're professionals. No, we don't do games, we have to be professional.
like my game. Who doesn't like my game? So maybe we can convince Doug to allow us for the August one. Maybe we have a theme. I don't know. What do you guys think? You good?
I'll think about it.
Still think about it. Okay, that's good enough for me. So, anyway, let's get started. So I know we've been talking about a lot of new hires and bringing on even more people, but there's probably a lot of people here that you don't recognize or you're just like, who's that? So we did put together a little video, right, of new hires. So we want to kind of just play that and let you guys see, meet some of our new hires.
cardia cotta super burrito with everything. Thank you. Yes, that's what he was telling me. That's why.
Got it done? Got it? All right, guess what? Let's give them all a hand. Lot of new faces, right? A lot of new young faces I see on there, makes it go old, right? But no, all fresh out of college, and you welcome to the VMRC family. You guys will love it here. I've been here 22 years. 22 years. And I know when I first started, I said 2 years, that's all I'm gonna give this job is 2 years. And then I'm on to the next job.